Magician Matt got us fixed up here. Okay. Welcome, everyone, to the County of Newell Municipal Planning Commission meeting for March the 14th. It's been a while, been a minute. I'd like to call this meeting to order. I see no reason for an excused from meeting sessions or motions, so move on to the minutes of our last meeting, December the 21st. If you remember that meeting, would you like to make a motion? Holly remembers.
I'll make a motion to adopt the minutes.
Thank you. Any comments, concerns? All in favor of Holly's motion? That is carried then. The agenda. Are there any post-agenda items? Seeing none, a motion to adopt the agenda, please. Adina makes that motion. All in favor of Adina's motion? That is carried. Our development report is included in our package. Shanna Lee, anything to highlight?
No, nothing to highlight. It wasn't a very busy winter, but things are really picking up.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from MPC for Shanna Lee? Seeing none, we'll accept that for information. 7.1. Shanna Lee, thank you.
Thank you. Development permit 2024007 is an application for a ground mount individual solar. The solar is over 28 square meters, which is the threshold to be exempt from a development permit. The height restriction is 7 meters, and the development is under that at 3.4. The solar also meets all the required setbacks. There was no issues or concerns from staff. There was no issues or concerns from the IDP, and there was no response from our adjacent landowners. Mr. Bergquist, the landowner, is here to answer questions, and Braden Schroeder, the installer, is also here to answer questions and also provide some general information on individual solar that he's done in the County of Newell.
Great, thanks, Shanna Lee. Are there any questions or comments from MPC on this application? Sorry? Introductions. Would you like to do that? Sure. We do have guests. Thank you for coming. Let's do a round of introductions before we go into this. We'll start with Neil. Thanks, Holly.
Neil Johnson, Division 10.
Good morning, Amanda Philpott, Division 8.
Good morning, Ellen Unra, and I represent the countryside around the village of Rosemary.
Good morning, Greg Screever, Division 5, Lake New Resort and Castles.
And I'm Kelly Chrisman, and I'm from the west side of the county around the perimeter of Bassano.
That'll do it. Okay. It's been a while, as everybody said. Good morning, Arnold Erkson, Division 9, the gym area.
Welcome, Matt Fensky, County Manager.
Good morning, Holly Johnson, Division 4, Scandia, Rainier, and Bow City.
Hello, Adina Scandrip, Division 2, the area in around Tilly.
Good morning and welcome. I'm Dan Short from Division 1, Rolling Hills.
Hi, I'm Lynette Kopp, Division 3, Patricia Millicent area.
Catherine Siaklik, Communications Officer.
Susan Yokoyama, IT Administrative Assistant.
Ariana Nielsen, Executive Assistant.
Hi, Sandra Stanway, Brooks Bulletin.
Hi, Maria Jackson, also with Planning and Development.
Hi, I'm Braden Schroeder, Badlands Electric.
Dalen Bergquist, I'm the landowner in question.
And I'm Jeff Tiffin with the Planning and Development Department.
Not sure that the microphone worked or not, but Thank you so much and nice to meet you both. Thanks for coming to the meeting today. All right. That behind us, let's carry on to the application in front of us, 7.1. Mr. Bergquist, would you like to add anything to the application? Any comments that might be relevant to the decision? If you could just come to the microphone, sir. And that way our online listeners can also hear your voice.
The only comment or question I'd have, and I think Braden, I was talking to him and he was maybe going to speak to it as well. The land use bylaws were a little bit inconclusive as to whether or not I needed to apply for this development permit or not. Because we're county residential and the bylaws talks about 28 square meters or under. A solar array, as you know, is mounted at an angle, and the footprint is, depending on the mounting system used, a lot smaller than that. So what is 28 square meters for a solar array? I mean, maybe mine's 31, maybe it's 26, depending on how you measure it, kind of thing. So I thought, well, I would go through the process just to get it all above board. So
Thanks for that feedback. It's a fairly new document, so we're still, and it's a living document, so we're always looking at it. So much appreciated for that.
And I guess the only other quick comment is, you know, knowing that the land use bylaw for agricultural is 50 square meters, as you see on the map provided there, where we border agricultural use. We're kind of the outside acreage there, and definitely a long ways away from any other county residential impacts in there. So
Good, thank you. I'm going to ask right after my question, Dan, and this is my standard question for solar farmers. How do you plan to control the grass and vegetation? Not that we get all grass, but weeds as well. Do you have a plan in place?
yeah, for controlling the grass and vegetation around there, like I say, we're going to mount it just on the south side of those trees there. That is kind of my back pasture, and it's fully fenced with page wire. Don't have any critters in there at the time, but may put some sheep in there for the summertime. If not, it's close enough, easy to get to with a lawnmower or a weed whipper or something like that. Over the past month, I've also explored using an old pump jack cement pad to anchor it instead of using pilings, but cost-wise, it's going to be easier to put in actual pilings for mounting the array. So probably start with just trimming the grass by hand, but because they're bifacial panels and reflective will help, we may put some washed rock in there eventually and get rid of the grass on the backside just to help boost the production of it.
Good. Got some good options in the plan. That's great. Dan?
I don't know if the regulations or whatnot have changed, but when I looked into it a while back, you could only put up enough panels that provided the electricity usage that you would have, your maximum electricity usage. If that still is the case, is this allowance enough? That really gives our regular 28 square meters, I believe you said. Is that enough to provide a typical household, or have you gone larger because the standard isn't enough? And I guess the other question is this enough to provide your full electricity needs during the daylight hours?
Yeah, I think your general guidelines would be close enough. I mean, we're using the biggest panels they have to date at the 540 watts. But my property is unique in the fact that there is 2 residential dwellings on my acreage, all fed by through the same power meter. So, you know, my 31 square meter array is really feeding 2 residences, a large shop, and a detached garage. So my electricity use is probably higher than the standard county residential use. So.
Thanks for that. Holly?
This might be a question more for Braden, I'm not sure, but I've heard often that it's a good idea to put the panels on buildings. So I'm just curious why you chose to go with an array instead of putting the panels on your shop or other buildings. Just more of a knowledge thing for me.
When I first started looking into this, I was actually looking at putting the panels on our shop. Decided against that for two reasons. A, because this array is larger, because there's my use is for two residences and the shop. They wouldn't all fit on my rooftop shop as it is. Point number two, with my tall deciduous trees behind there, they do often break branches and they do land on my roof. So a solar array they would get caught up on there, and they'd be a lot harder to clean than a ground mount array. And number three, the largest part of my shop, which is the green roof in the middle of the picture there, it's built 1971, 72. It's a Quonset style hip roof. Trying to get in there and know for sure the load capacity and squaring that up, it was just way cheaper and way simpler to do a ground mount array because I have the room out in the pasture there. So.
Any other questions of MPC? Neil?
Being that we're an extremely green county, I would move this motion.
Yes, sir. Any further questions, comments? We have a motion to move ahead as recommended. All in favor of Neil's motion? That is carried. Thank you. Now, Mr. Schroeder, welcome. You have a little education piece for MPC on solar.
I do, yes. I guess I can skip my introductions. I've already done that. I'm excited.
Only because Councillor Johnson reminded me. So, yes, thank you, Holly.
Yeah, so Shannon Lee asked me to come here and talk about solar. I was happy to come and do that with you. I think we're in a very cool time where we have the ability to create our own energy by harvesting the power of the sun. The cost to build solar arrays has been decreasing, while the cost to use power has been increasing at alarming rates. We have the ability to affordably generate enough electricity to not only eliminate electricity bills, but protect ourselves from rising electricity costs. In saying this, I think that the county may want to consider some changes or clarifications in their land use bylaws regarding solar arrays, specifically ground mounts. I guess this example that we have here is one that I'd like to start off with. Dalen decided to go with a 14 kilowatt array. That's probably going to be one of the largest arrays you'll see on a residential property. The limiting factor is most generally going to be the size of the transformer can that Fortis is supplying the power to. So the physical size of the ground mount that is holding this array, which is where we get the 31 square meters from, is going to be the footprint of the piles that the ground mount array sits on. In reading the land use bylaws, I guess it is a little bit kind of a gray area whether or not we are using the footprint of the ground mount of the piles itself or the physical size of the array. If we are using the footprint of the array, it's going to be much larger, and I mean, you're going to be having people applying for development permits every time they want to put up an array. In saying that, we installed a smaller array last year, which was a 6 kilowatt, and that's probably going to be on the smaller end that you're going to see for residential properties. That was sized to generate enough electricity to get rid of the utility bills for like a small modular home with 2 people living in it. So I mean, like that's going to be on the smaller end. The physical size of that array of just the panels itself is on its own going to be above the 28 square meters. So every time someone wants to build one of these smaller size array, they're going to have to apply for a development permit. I also, I know from speaking with electrical inspectors that in other counties surrounding, they're seeing an increase in arrays being put on pivot corners, right? these dry corners are a good place to put these arrays. It's becoming more economical for landowners to put these arrays on the corners to help get rid of their utility bills for pumping water. The size that you're going to see often, I guess, like the largest size that you're going to see is going to be probably about a 40 kilowatt. That's this, the photo that I shared with you guys. I think you should have it in your, you should have that photo as well. That's going to be the largest size that you're going to see. It obviously greatly exceeds the 50 something square meters, I think. Yeah. It's quite large. Yeah. 220 square meters roughly is what I calculated that out to be, roughly. And that's the physical size of the array. That's not accounting for the size of the piles, right? The footing. That is something that I absolutely believe that needs to be clarified. They make bifacial panels now. They can stand vertical and you can run them in a straight line. So those don't take up very much land space at all, right? Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that, Braden. Any questions of Braden? Yeah, I see one here, Arno.
Yeah, thanks for that. So what do you recommend in terms of, I mean, it'd be easier if there weren't development permits around this, or we broaden the size. Is that what you're saying, basically?
I think the agricultural general should not have any applications for permits for solar arrays at all.
Right, because it's part of a farming process, basically.
Sure, yeah.
Good.
And residential, I think that size should be increased. For sure, larger than 28 square meters.
Yeah, larger than 28. Do you
Yes.
have a recommendation? Not saying that we'll go to that, but I just would love to have expert opinion.
So my dad's looking to put in an array at his place. He's going to need about a 12 kilowatt system, and the size of that 12 kilowatt system is going to be roughly 69 square meters.
Okay.
Although he's not, he is his own agricultural general there, so it doesn't really apply to him, but
All right.
larger than 28, closer to the 60.
Oh, spurred some more questions on Dan.
Perfect.
And then,
For clarification, you're
Or you
saying
have a question.
that your father's, is that the square meters of the panels or the footprint?
That would be the square meter of the panels.
Okay.
Roughly 60, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And it is possible to stack those panels or no?
You can put the panels vertically if you'd like.
Yeah.
Because they're bifacial now.
Right.
I haven't seen it. I don't know if they're doing it around here, but I know it's something that might be coming. They're going to start putting these solar panels vertically.
Yeah.
Much like a fence.
I'll go with Greg and then Lynette.
Yeah, thanks, Braden. Really good information. So just to expand on Dan's question, so that's when they're laying flat. But very seldom there are panels laying flat right now.
Most likely at like a 45 degree.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so then that brings down the size, but right now is for Dalen's, it's measured when they're flat. Is that correct?
For Dalen's, for the application, we measured that one as the footprint of the base. So that would be like the 4 exterior piles.
Oh, okay.
That was the area that we accounted for.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Lynette.
I think in our bylaw, we didn't have a height restriction or anything like that. And so my question is, how tall are these? And should that be a concern with us? As well as, do they move? Like, because you see some of the big ones, they're, they follow the sun, basically. Do any of the stuff that you put in for, like, personal use, do they move?
I believe there is a height restriction, which I don't think, you're never going to see a ground mount that's going to reach that, was it a 7-meter height restriction?
That's correct. There was a 7-meter height restriction in rural residential, but there is not a height restriction in agriculture.
Okay, so you're never going to reach that 7-meter height restriction. They're not going to be that high. And you can install tables that will tilt, whether it be manually or automatic. I'm not certain that you're going to see much of that. Yeah.
Adina?
So if you put them like a fence side by side, how tall are they that way?
Well under the 7 meters.
Are you in politics?
No.
Okay. Just checking. All right. Neil? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just one economic question. What are you selling these as a payback now?
It'll be under 10 years. Yeah, for sure.
Did you expect a direct answer? All right. Holly. Mm-hmm.
Are there still grant programs the government subsidizes part of this, or is that those ones done now?
That grant program ended 3 weeks ago, but there's grumblings that they're going to be introducing another program. Yep.
No further questions? Thank you so much.
No problem. I
Anything
appreciate
to add, Braden, just before you go?
No, that's all I have for you guys. I appreciate you
Okay.
having me in.
Please stay in touch with staff, and I'm sure staff has your numbers, so I'm
Yep.
sure we'll be in touch. Thanks for the work that you do on this
Thank
green
you.
energy projects in our area. Moving back to our agenda, we have no other business. We had no post-agenda items. Is there a reason for in-camera? Seeing none, we'll carry on to information items. There was none on the agenda. Question period. Catherine, Susan, no questions in the queue. Any questions from anyone here? I will adjourn the meeting.
Let's get ready to call this meeting to order. Nobody wants to.
And then for all the in-camera stuff, we'll just skip it and say we'll deal with that after, at the end of the meeting.
Okay, welcome everyone, and we'll call this meeting to order, the March 14th, 2024 council meeting. Everyone's here, so we have no excuses. We deal with the minutes of the February 15th council meeting. Are there any errors or omissions, or if not, is there someone prepared to move the adoption? Go ahead, Kelly, please.
I move to accept the minutes as presented.
Thank you. All in favor, please indicate. That is carried. Thank you. Let's move on to post-agenda items. Are there any post-agenda items that we need to add to the meeting? Seeing none, a motion to approve the agenda as circulated would be in order. Amanda?
I'll make that motion.
Thank you. All in favor of approving the agenda? That's carried. Thank you. Question period or notices of motion. Anyone have a notice of motion, or are there any questions online? Seeing none, we'll move ahead to just with regard to the agenda. I didn't notify that, but there are a number of items that will be moved to the in-camera session, including item number 10.7, which is the CDC South discussion and appointment of representatives, members at large to a committee. So that will move to in-camera. Other than that, let's move on to, and we'll deal with that at the end of the meeting. So let's move on to item number 7, bylaws, 7.1, bylaw 206624, land use bylaw text amendment, first reading. Steinley, please.
Oh, sorry. The purpose of this bylaw is to update our land use bylaw 2016-21. So just to summarize a few things that we have in the RFD is we would like to revise the exemption of under 10 square meter accessory buildings. We'd like to change it to a maximum of 3. After 3, a permit would be required. We would like to add 1 shipping container allowed without a development permit on parcels zoned rural residential and over 0.4 hectares. We added 4.17 secondary suites, that the suite must be subordinate to the principal use of the building. We added addition as a use for business hamlet, business, rural, industrial general, and special parks and public service. This was missed in our first draft. The live work definition has been added to agricultural small lot, agricultural, hamlet transitional, hamlet business, and rural business. And the definition of a live work is a combination of residential and light industrial or commercial activity on a single parcel, with the commercial activity being the primary use. We have added the definition of a school colony put as a permitted use in agricultural general. And the reason why we did this is because all of our colonies have existing schools on their agricultural general parcels. This will allow them to replace their schools when necessary. And we altered the definition of campground to include accessory buildings. And we would like option 1, that the bylaw be given first reading today. And Maria and I are here to answer questions.
Okay, thank you, Steinley. Are there any questions? Greg, please, and then Holly.
I just have a question on the secondary suites. Have we thought about going more to, as far as secondary suites, having a legal suite type of arrangement like the City of Brooks has, or something like that? The big one that I have a concern with is egress windows out of basement bedrooms, to make sure that they are able to be accessed or exited out a window. Is that part of this bylaw? Is there a separate bylaw? Do we have something regarding secondary suites anywhere other than this, or is this basically it?
Go ahead, Maria.
So secondary suites is a use in the land use bylaw, meaning that anyone who wants to create a basement suite or, apartment style something in their house would require a development permit. We don't do business licenses, so this is really the only way to ensure that these suites are legal. If they are requesting a development permit for that suite, then they also are required to get building permits, which would mean that they would check that suite meets the Alberta Safety Code. So that's really the route that we can go for that. We don't really have a hammer to see who has or who is using their house as a secondary suite illegally, I guess.
Follow up, Greg, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it might need to be spelled out a little bit, just to make sure that we do our due diligence. I do understand there is a lot of illegal suites out there, and it is what it is. It's the nature of the business, but I think it's important for us to have something set out in our land use bylaws when someone is registering or is going to be putting in a legal suite, just to make sure that we've done our due diligence for that. And when I did mine in Brooks, I could or I didn't have to. I didn't have to register it. I didn't have to follow the guidelines, but I did. And but the City of Brooks does say, well, yeah, you need to make it legal if you're going to put a secondary suite in. So it might be something to look at for future, is all I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, please, Maria.
Just, I guess, one comment in addition to that is our development permits do say that it is the responsibility of the developer to obtain all the required Alberta Safety Codes permits. And then Shanley and Cheryl's procedure is once a development permit is issued, then that gets sent to Park Enterprises, and they ensure that those, they start following up on those development permits. But I do think that there should be something, if it's not already, I just don't know off the top of my head, that says that same kind of thing. Yeah, thank you.
Maybe we can follow up on that later too, eh? Yeah. Thanks, Maria. Holly, and then Dan.
Hang on, sorry, I forgot to push that button. I was just curious, why are we're going from permitting 3 smaller buildings on the lot? Because I guess it's as opposed to 2. What was your reasoning with 3?
Go ahead, Shanley, please.
The current land use bylaw didn't have a maximum accessory building.
Maximum of 3.
Yeah. So people were putting up a lot of under 10 square meter sheds on their parcel, and we wanted to limit it to 3 without having a development permit. Is that making sense?
Yeah, I was just curious about being unsightly. If it's 3 sheds, just seems like quite a lot. It just was a number I was just surprised at, I guess.
So currently, there is no maximum amount of small sheds under that 100 square feet. They're all exempt. And what we were noticing was there were a few properties that maybe did get close to that unsightly. Also sheds that were being put up and then maybe used for purposes that really did require a development permit, but they were also under that exemption. So this gives us a little bit more control over many sheds.
Okay, thank you. Holly, a follow-up?
Sorry, no, I had thought there was one permitted before, so I was coming from their angle. That makes perfect sense then. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan?
Back to Greg's point, the building code stipulates you have to have egress out of any window in a bedroom. So that is already included in the code. And if we're saying that everything has to be built to code, we're taken care of. The other thing about codes, the code is the way it's supposed to be built unless the municipality having jurisdiction requires something greater than code. We can't require something under code, but we can require something above code. And right now, I believe we're just set with taking Alberta's and Canada's codes. So anything we want to do over and above, we can specify. Otherwise, we just leave it as is. I'd be leery about getting in and creating any extra code requirements. So I think we should just probably leave that one as it is, as it's already in place.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for that. Let's move on then to item number 7.1.
Motion for first reading?
Yeah, that's 7.11, right? Is motion for bylaw first reading. Ellen makes that motion. All in favor, please indicate. Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Okay, now we will move on to bylaw 7.2. We can do that in a few minutes, I would expect, eh?
Thank you. The purpose of this bylaw is to redesignate a portion of the southeast of 2014, shown on this map, from agriculture general district to residential rural district. The recommended action would be that first reading be given to bylaw 206724. This property is in Division 8, 10 kilometers north of the city of Brooks. The proposed land use amendment is located 1.6 kilometers of Highway 873, and there's a noted confined feeding operation as per the NRCB search located on the southwest of 2014. If you look at the aerial photos, there is nothing there anymore, but it is still applicable. The applicant would like to subdivide 2 residences from the quarter section as 2 separate parcels. The subdivision authority bylaw states that only one subdivision on an unsubdivided quarter section within the agriculture general district can be approved. The subdivision authority may approve 1 additional subdivision provided that the parcel size is between 3 and 7 acres. This proposed subdivision, one of the lots is greater than 3 acres, so that would make that okay, but the second parcel is less than 3 acres, which is what triggered this land use amendment. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions, comments? Go ahead, please, Lynette.
The lines on the map, because there's some buildings there, are we looking at appropriate setbacks before we say yes to something and then have to give variances afterwards?
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Maria.
So this bylaw is really just about if this is good for the residential use. You're correct that variances will be required by MPC if they want to approve the subdivision. So this bylaw doesn't necessarily equal subdivision approval or any conditions that would be on a subdivision, whether that be to waive the setbacks or remove any buildings that are encroaching.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, follow up.
I just feel like sometimes we put the cart before the horse and it should all just line up.
Thank you. So can we just a quick summary of the procedure if this goes ahead with regard to setbacks?
So on this map, the area that has the lines, that's the portion that will be residential, or that's proposed to be residential, pardon me. There are no encroachments of buildings on that parcel. There is, I believe, a small waiver required for this building here. And then this is a shop that is left on the agricultural parcel that it is too close to that property line. This is not in question for this bylaw, and this is just cement pad, and that encroaches, but that's separate from this bylaw. So as far as options, you could request to reduce the area that is being zoned residential to just fit the residential area, if that's the way council would like to go. We could table that decision and discuss what would be a better option for the landowner. That's a route we could decide to go.
Okay. Short of that, we would need to pass a setback variance, basically, right? Yeah. Go ahead.
So subdivisions don't necessarily need to meet the policy within the land use bylaw. I think it's good practice to look at what the setbacks are, but as we've seen in the past, a waiver can be granted. So that really makes that subdivision legal non-conforming. It's good the way it is. If, say, this building, they wanted to add on to it in the future, that's when council would have, or pardon me, Municipal Planning Commission would have the ability to say, no, we're not okay with that addition. So there is a little bit of flexibility when it comes to setbacks and subdivision.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Holly, go ahead.
Could you maybe explain this whole yard thing to us? I'm kind of confused about why they want us, just understanding it. Subdivide two out and there's still buildings that are sitting there. Like, is this still an active farm? What is this exactly?
Maria, please, yeah.
Okay, so this is an old dairy location. So this piece here is all cement. Which will, if that land is ever sold, I think that it could be removed so that the pivot could go all the way through. Right now, the use is really, this is a residence and this is a residence, and then this part is being farmed, it's being rented out. So the purpose of the subdivision is to plan for the future, I suppose, so that there is two residences and then the land can be dealt with separately.
Right, okay, thank you, that's good. Dan, please.
Is it still possible that they could turn that back into a feedlot operation and then open up a whole new can of worms for us? Or do we need to treat this as it is a feedlot operation even though it's currently not in use?
Go ahead, Maria, please.
That's a good question. So I actually have a meeting with the NRCB next week to understand all the ins and outs of this. So this is an old dairy that actually does not have an active NRCB permit because of when it was initiated. The CFO that is within that 1.6 kilometers was probably a feedlot at one time, and then ownership changed and they removed all of that. It does, because of the date that it was established, has the NRCB permit, but it's no longer there. So as far as in this becoming a dairy or a confined feeding operation of some sort, they would have to go through the NRCB process because they don't have an active permit at this point.
Okay, thank you. Lynette, please.
So the CFO that is on your records, that's actually considered to be with the dairy, or is it the pig feeding across the road?
So that CFO is actually south, not even where that pig was. So it's just a quarter section that's being farmed currently. Yeah.
I think, did you say it was a mile away or 1.6 kilometers away?
Yeah.
So it's a
And
distance away.
the far boundary of that quarter section is past that 1.6.
Right.
So, yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? Kelly, go ahead, please.
I was just willing to make a motion if you're ready.
Okay, yeah, let's take that motion.
Option 1.
Okay, option 1 for motion for bylaw 206724 first reading. All in favor of that, please indicate. That's carried. Thank you. With that, let's move. We're a little past 11:45, but Cole is here, so would you come give us the NRSC Utilities Report? Welcome, Cole.
And then when he's done, get Mark. And then we'll go to Rosemary.
Thank you very much, Reeve and councillors, for allowing me to present my report to you. I'll just jump right into it. Some of the highlights over the last month plus. There was a distribution leak that required a repair on the main street in Tilly. On February 29th, it was discovered, and March 1st, construction for the repair took place. Because it was right on Highway 876 that runs through Tilly, it required Volker Steven to do a bypass around it. When they dug it up, it was part of the infrastructure that was upgraded when the county took over operations of Tilly. So it was existing infrastructure tied to new. They call it a high-max coupler that was putting the two pieces of pipe together. It failed, started to leak due to frost heave. So they found it, cut out the piece, put in a new piece, 2 new couplers, and fixed it. So all in all, including flushing time to make sure disinfection was appropriate, it took about an hour and a half, which required an isolation of about a 2-block radius. So customers in that area were without water for about an hour and a half total. That's on the high side estimate. And everything that came back from the provincial microbiology lab came back normal, so there is no contamination or anything like that. So everything is back working as it should be. Everything was repaired. We also had another issue in Tilly where we were noticing higher than normal volumes being seen at the sewage lift station. That usually kind of leads us to believe that there's a leak that's not coming to surface, but it's making its way into the sewer system. So we work closely with county staff to identify some of the houses that may not be occupied. They're usually the primary culprits in this case, especially during the wintertime. People aren't living there, they turn the gas off and it's not heated adequately and they have a leak, gets into their floor drain and goes out into the sewer system. So we checked all those residences and no luck on that end, but we did, after opening up some manholes and kind of finding the area that it was in and around the curling rink. So after they kind of walked around, they heard that it was leaking inside the back of the curling rink. So they again contacted the appropriate caretakers for that facility. They fixed the issue inside the building and that is back to normal as well. So those are the 2 main incidences that we had over the last month. Just like to give an update. Yesterday, March 13th, in phase 2, part of the County Newell Water Project, they started excavating, and then today they were supposed to start doing tie-ins. So that's just a little bit of an update that I had on that from our staff. And this time of year, at the end of February, is when we have to submit all our annual reports to Alberta Environment concerning all the water and wastewater systems that we operate on your behalf. So that has a grand total of 16 different water and wastewater systems, 12 water, 4 wastewater. So it's just a compilation of all the data from flows and testing that we've done and stuff like that, that it's part of compliance that we submit those reports by the last day of February every year. So that's been taken care of, and that's a big check off of our list. It's pretty time consuming for our staff, but it's all done for the year, so that's good news. Other than that, everything we observed was normal. No big issues other than these ones that I highlighted. So if there's any questions, be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you, Cole. Are there questions for Cole? Holly, please.
So how big was the water leak at the curling club that it was noted in the flows?
So it was approximately, because we can see after the repair, basically the water leaving the pump house as well on our computer trends. So it was about a little less than a liter per second, so enough, definitely. Accumulation over the course of a day is noticeable. So,
thanks, Cole. Holly, follow-up?
And what would cause that kind of leak that would be undetected by the people?
I don't think that facility is used very often. Like, I think previous years that they'd only have one bond spill a year, so I don't think there's people in that. Since I don't run that facility, I have no idea how often people are in it, but it was just unattended over a period of time. And
okay, thank you. Any other questions? Appreciate you coming in today. Thanks, Cole. Thank you.
You're welcome.
With that, let's move to item number 11.2, the Director of Municipal Services Report, Mr. Mark Harbrink. Welcome.
Good morning. Yeah, just brief highlight for you since a little bit behind schedule here, but our municipal enforcement officers are working on the RCMP AFRAX talk groups. That'll open up line of communication for them to be able to talk with one another finally. Fleet services, we've got the Bobcat Toolcat capital purchase that was really targeted towards our pathway maintenance and stuff once we get the full 10 kilometers to Kinbrook done. So that's been upfitted, and staff have been out using it, and they're quite happy with how things are performing to date. So that should prove to be quite valuable in our fleet. Grader operators, just a note on brush control program that operations pretty much ceased now that we're into nesting bird season. So that's over and done with. Gravel stockpile, 72% complete as time of preparation of this report. We're looking in good shape to having everything done for this gravel season. Seasonal laborers, we don't have anybody coming back returning to us from last year, so we're off with a new crew this year. A little bit of a struggle with some candidates being really good and then getting offers out to them and they're taking up employment with somebody else and or returning to their former employer. So we're still working through that one. And currently working on filling the current contracted grader position with an internal application. So see if we can bring that back internally. You heard from Cole on Rural Water Project. The update is there in the report for you. Otherwise, the Rural Road Study, we have received the final draft report, so it's under review of the department right now to get that done, and then we'll get it in front of council. Kinbrook Connection Pathway bridge foundation work is getting completed right now, so hopefully placement of the bridge in the coming weeks. Some dates are being talked about. I don't have anything confirmed yet. Lake Newell Resort Pathway, I've had a meeting with the committee with the proposed alignment from our engineers. I am engaging EID here in the near future over options around land to facilitate the alignment, and our engineers are engaging the other landowners in that to confirm before we proceed any further with that. Currently working on how we incorporate drought strategy into our water and sewer bylaw, as well as updating that bylaw, and that'll go hand in hand with what Matt has been working on with the other CAOs and the general manager at the EID to bring those things together with where we're at with drought and where the province expects us to be going. And really that is what I have for you in a report. Obviously we're in a seasonal transition again. We got some temperatures of potentially positive 15 coming this weekend. Yeah, yeah, things are changing for us. Are we into spring or aren't we into spring? We're not out of March yet, so any questions that you have, I'll...
Thank you, Mark. Neil?
Yeah, with your retention of summer students from last year, is it a pay thing or?
No, I don't believe it's a pay thing at all. It's sometimes they get themselves with their university courses, and it's a matter of trying to get themselves into the business and get that experience that when they are done their education, they already have a foot in the door. Some others just are seeking other opportunities and doing other things. So,
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, a motion to approve the Municipal Services Report would be in order. Lynette, thank you. All in favor, please indicate. That is carried. Thanks, Mark. Now, let's move to item number... Which one are we on here, Matt? 10.5. 10.5, the Rosemary Rec Agreement. Let's move to 10.5. Right, the recreation agreement with Rosemary Community Agriculture Society and Village of Rosemary. Matt, yeah, you're taking that, right?
Yeah, I'll introduce this one to council. So we've been working on a recreation agreement with the village and the Ag Society for quite some time. What we're presenting to council here for consideration today is a tri-party agreement between the county, the village, and the Ag Society that gives the Ag Society some certainty for the next 4 years what funding is going to look like from the county and the village. Previous iterations, this funding would have flown through the Rosemary Area Rec Board. Historically, that was coming in just under $25,000. Was it 2022? The county gave a little bit extra. 2023 back down to about 22. So there is a little bit of a boost in funding, which is similar to what we've seen in other rec areas across the county. Since adding this to the agenda, we would recommend inclusion of an insurance and indemnity clause, standard wording there. We've circulated it to the Ag Society and the village who are amenable to it. The SNP I sent around to council had insurance at $5 million. We'd probably just be looking for $2 million. That's pretty standard in some of our other agreements there. Other unique features of this agreement, we've got over the 4 years, the village picks up an additional 1% of the overall funding being directed to the Ag Society year over year. Previous, the funding split was 87% county, 13% village. We start, I believe, around 84% county share, and by the end of the term, we're down to 81%. So you're making some progress there. We had for a number of years been trying to get all of the urbans at a 50-50 cost share. Rosemary has maintained their capacity to increase taxes and fund a larger share of the recreation pie is somewhat limited as a small municipality with limited commercial. So yeah, open for questions. Apart from the one change that we're recommending, we're looking for a motion to approve the agreement as amended.
Thank you, Matt. Are there questions? Lynette, please, go ahead.
I was just curious as to why we are working on a 4-year, why we picked 4-year. And also, do we have, like, I know with Duchess, we see a 5 and 10-year capital projection. Is that also going to be part of this agreement too?
Thank you for the question, Matt.
Yeah, good question. The 4-year we've just tied to a council term. So each council moving forward will have a chance to review and put their flavor on the rec agreement. With respect to the capital, the agreement says we'll deal with that on a case-by-case basis. We haven't received a 5 or 10-year capital. Ideally, that's what we'd like all of our partner organizations to get to is, let's see what we're looking at. We know these facilities in the region are aging, and the county's been a strong supporter of recreation, has invested a lot of capital dollars, and we'd like to know, are we saving enough to address the needs as they come up? Because it's a really fortunate position I think we find ourselves in the region, that council can entertain requests for capital funding when they come, but to be determined where that 5 to 10 year capital plan shakes out.
Okay, thank you. Kelly, go ahead.
I'm wondering if, and it just came to me, is this Ag Society willing to participate in the Rec Connect project that we have going on? And whether or not they are or not, should that not be part of our agreements going forward as an organization? Just thinking outside the box, by being part of the Rec Connect, it dramatically helps our entire region. So I just put it out there for future conversation. And I do see in the audience that we do have people from Rosemary. I wonder if we could ask what their plans are around Rec Connect.
Sure, that's that's good. Thank you. Yeah, we have 2 people. Do you want to take the chairs and the mic and comment on that? Sharon and Brad, right? So you've heard the question about the Rec Connect project. Do you have a response to that, or what is your interest in that?
I'm going to first introduce myself. I'm
Yeah,
Brad
please.
Hall,
Brad Hall.
President of the association. I will pass the question to Sharon. She will be a little more educated on this answer.
Sure, thank you. Welcome, Sharon Zacharias. Go ahead.
Thank you. As of today, we haven't determined whether or not we want to proceed with that. It looks pretty good, so we just haven't had enough time to dive into it. Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions, comments?
Yeah, sure.
Kelly, go
I'll
ahead.
make a comment. It's great to have this. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Sharon, for coming together, making it happen. We now have something on paper. It's been a long time in the works, and it's a start. You know, it's not where we want to be, obviously, by any stretch of the imagination, but it is on paper, right? And it's upgrading our relationship and our commitment to the village and to the Ag Society. And I want to speak to the Ag Society members specifically. Thank you so much for the work that you do in your communities, for providing this recreational facility, for taking on the workload that you do. It's what keeps our rural municipalities. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Kelly. Neil?
Yeah, and the other thing, the more you use your hall, the easier it is for people like me to send you money. So usage data, I think, is really important coming, not just from yours. Like we're a little bit weak around our county with our 10 or 11 halls. And it's hard to make decisions just on air. So that's my comment. And you guys do a great job out there. The hall was beautiful at Christmas. Everything's cool. Just need some numbers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Response?
I was going to say, yeah, we're in a position to be able to, supply that information as needed.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? If not, we do have a motion, or we've moved to item number 10.5.1, motion for the recreation agreement with Rosemary. Someone prepared to make that motion? Ellen, please.
I'd like to move that we take option number 1.
As amended.
As amended, right? Yes, right. Okay. Thank you. All in favor of the, just a sec. Is there a clarification needed? Matt? Holly, you have a question?
I was just clarifying what the amendment was on there. I wasn't clear on that.
Okay, Matt, just maybe speak to that.
Yeah, so the amendment will include the insurance and indemnity clause.
Right. Thank you for that. All in favor of the motion as presented, please indicate. That is carried. Thank you. Thanks for coming in today, Sharon and Brad. Appreciate it. So where are we on our agenda now? Ag Service Boards?
Yeah, Todd's going to be a bit because he's adjudicating an exam. We probably get Lane up here, and then we'll get Maria back. So 10.2.
10.2. Okay, let's go to 10.2, a policy review for the committee and board member at large compensation. Lane, welcome. If you'd give us a summary of what's at hand here.
Good morning. This policy was previously before council, and when we brought it forward at that time, there were some additional questions that were raised, sent back to gather some more information, so it's back before you with some clarification that was requested. In the report, I've listed all of the committees that members at large are appointed to. The policy that we had on the books originally stated in essence that, let me just get to it here. It provided for compensating members at large on committees and then listed some, but not all of the committees for which members at large were not compensated. So what I've proposed with the policy as it's being presented here today is to explicitly state which policies members at large would be compensated. And those would be limited to the committees that are legislated and require formal training and certification in order to serve on those committees. I think that provides the clarification that council was requesting. The list that is in the report itself, obviously that list of committees where members at large are appointed is static. It will continue to change over time. You're going to be dealing with another committee today where a member or members at large may be appointed to that committee. But as presented, what it would limit compensation for members at large to is those that require formal training, they're legislated committees. I think it provides the clarification that's needed.
And that's across the board, then there's no compensation for any of, other than the two that are listed, is that correct?
Correct. Other than those that are specifically listed in the policy.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Holly, please. Thanks, Lane.
Just clarification, because the policy says they have to have training required, and you include the Agriculture Pest Act and Weed Control Act, but on the RFD it says there isn't training needed for that one. So is that just a typo?
Go ahead, Lane. Yeah.
In that case, the members at large do not require training for that particular policy, but it is a required it's a required committee under the legislation.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Neil, did you have a question?
Yeah. When you ask somebody to come and sit on a committee, and some of us are on those same committees, we're all sitting there getting paid, and they're not. I think that's asking a little bit too much, even if you give them $100 or a couple $100. It's a big commitment to go on any of these committees, whether it's library, you name it. I think you should expand that to make it all committees.
Okay, thanks, Matt.
Just to note, the current updated policy that Lane has in front of you really enshrines current practice. If council wants to consider compensating members at large, it's within your purview. It would have budget impacts. I would caution you not to make that decision today, but we could refer that conversation to a committee of the whole where we could potentially crunch some numbers that go along with that.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. what we're dealing with today basically just adds some verbiage to the existing policy of the way it's been implemented, just adds some explanation for clarity. Is that correct? And Neil's comment was about other committees and compensation. I think that's a reasonable consideration to take that to a committee of the whole in the future if council is amenable to that. But Holly, you had a question or a comment?
You just need a little word change then. The policy says mandatory legislative role and require formal training, so it'd have to be or instead of and to be correct then.
Okay, thank you. That change can be made. So where do we want to go? Is there, Lynette, please.
I'm ready to make the motion for option 1 with also the amendment that Holly proposed.
Thank you for that, Lynette. All in favor of the motion, please indicate. That's carried. And just to follow up on the discussion, do we want to take a consideration of compensation for committees to a committee of the whole meeting in the future as it can be scheduled? Is that a reasonable approach? Yeah, Matt or Neil, please.
Do you need a motion on that, or is it just conversation? Because I think it's not asking. I think they deserve a little bit for coming and even driving to the meetings. It's a big, especially on some of these new committees that we got coming up. It's going to be a little more than just a donation.
Yeah, I think that's a worthy consideration for sure. Kelly?
Yeah, there's definitely room for conversation and education on your part, because some of these committees do get their mileage and committee members, and they typically, I mean, we can have the conversation. There's room for you to stretch your knowledge on this. You're up for it. Good. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Lane. Okay.
Back to 10.1, we'll get Maria.
Yeah, let's go to 10.1. Thanks, Matt. Road closure, number 10.1, the approval to proceed with road closure on northwest of 2013 west of 4. Go ahead, Maria, please.
Thank you. The county received an application to close a road allowance because they have installed a new pivot. So the subject lands are in Division 3, southwest of the hamlet of Patricia, I guess south of the old hamlet of Millicent. All parcels in the area are zoned agriculture. The affected road is Range Road 13-4, so it is on the county list up until this point, and then it becomes an undeveloped road allowance between that point and the canal right-of-way. The road closure would not impact legal access to any of the surrounding lands, and the application was circulated to internal departments, and there were no concerns on the road closure and lease. So it is recommended that council give approval to proceed to advertise for public hearing and circulate to adjacent landowners and affected parties and bring it back to council. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Maria. Excuse me, are there any questions? Neil, go ahead.
Does this have, like the last one we went over, any irrigation on top of that road closure?
Go ahead.
The steel actually crosses the road allowance in this one, so there is irrigation and cultivation on it.
So how many acres are we? Look, that would be 4, 5, 6, 7 acres on the left side up there, right?
Go ahead, Maria, please.
So the current policy states that we need to close mile or portion, or I guess this is half a mile, but from property line to property line. So this isn't all being irrigated, so I don't know the exact amount.
No, but at least just for as good as my eyes are, 2/3 of it is.
Yeah, so the whole thing would be 4 acres, so this is maybe
3.
Yeah, 2. something like that.
Probably, yeah. Thanks. Go ahead, Greg.
Just for my knowledge, how long has it been like this? How long has the pivot been encroaching on that road allowance? Is it something fairly new, or is it something that's been going on for years? Or
go ahead, Maria, please.
I don't know the exact timeline. I believe this has been irrigated for quite a while, but the applicant is now looking for additional acres from the EID, which is what spurred this road closure.
Okay, thank you. Just for clarification, but there's been no configuration change there. This is in terms of that's driving this road closure, or did you say that there was a configuration change there? Go ahead.
That's a good question. So this circle here shows only what I can see on the 2021 map.
Right.
The applicant has installed an arm so that he can irrigate this area better. So I'm not sure how that will look in the future, but he will have the ability to irrigate a lot more of this road allowance.
Gotcha. Thank you. That helps. Neil?
Yeah, the only reason I bring it up is because we went through the other one, and we were going to set our rates sometime this spring. And we all know there's a lot of these around, and it adds up to quite a few irrigated acres that we're renting for basically free. Whether it's 3 acres, that's easier to let go. The other one is 8 acres. The next one is going to be 10. We have to pick that number, or is it possible to even pick that number yet? Like, are you leasing
thanks, Neil.
this?
I think that's a different discussion in some way.
No,
Matt,
it's the same discussion.
Yeah, go ahead, Matt.
Just a reminder to council, the whole road closure compensation, that conversation is ongoing. Committee of the whole, we kicked it around in January. We're picking it up again in April. So an important conversation, and one we'll pick up again in April.
Yeah, thanks. Just to clarify, clearly relates to this. I wasn't saying it didn't, but I think we are going to be discussing that issue separate from this particular decision at the next Committee of the Whole meeting, correct? Yeah. Thanks. Go ahead, Kelly.
I would like to kick the can down the road, start the process, and that council approve the application for road closure and lease, and move the application be advertised for public hearing as recommended. That's my motion.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion as presented? That's carried. Thank you. Thanks, Kelly.
We can get Todd in here before these hydrogen guys.
Okay, thanks. We have a delegation at 11:30, but Todd is here with us for the Ag Service Board report, item number 9.1. Welcome, Todd.
Hey, thanks for having me. I'm going to talk in my fastest voice. We have a wonderful lady writing her farm pesticide certificate upstairs, so I'm just kind of trying to go through that with her at the same time. So.
Okay.
All right, so some really fun stuff. In terms of gopher control, we have started our hamlet programming, and we're working with our partners in Bazzano. So we've got bait stations out in Bazzano, as well as Lake Newell Resort and Rolling Hills. And I believe we're still waiting on one contact to get back to us from Patricia. They've had problems at the rodeo grounds in the past, so we've been helping them out. I think actually maybe even last year was the first year. Speaking of gophers, we had Kim make up some hawk nests. And as he was constructing them, we had some wonderful people bring in some coyotes and visit with us. And then we got rid of the hawk nests very quickly because people saw them and they thought they were awesome. So I'm not talking big numbers here, but we did get 3 out on the landscape. So we're hoping that the hawks can take care of that. My initial reading is I think one pair of breeding hawks can take care of about 500 gophers. So there we go, 1,500 less on the landscape, and so on and so on. Speaking of coyotes, CCIP numbers are still quite low, right around probably half, maybe 60% of normal, but they are still trickling in here and there. The warm weather, I'm sure, will take care of that entirely, but for now, I guess they're still coming in. I think guys are just starting kind of calving now, at least the commercial guys. We haven't heard a whole bunch of predation concerns yet, which is good. So our toxicant distribution has been very low. The guys in the shop have been just rocking it. The equipment's near ready. Howard built a handgun sprayer from the ground up. Everything from buying the metal for the frame to the tanks to the electronics. It's amazing. It's fantastic. It's designed exactly for what we need it for. And just a testament to these guys when they build these things. We actually have contractors that do these, contractors that spray. They'll come and take a look at our equipment to see how we did it to build some of theirs. So I think what the guys do in the shop is pretty cool. We've been putting on trying to put on some webinars, seminars. The drought seminar in Strathmore at the end of February was canceled. We only had 6 registrations up till about a week before. So we kind of pulled the plug on that. But the webinar, the kosher webinar that we're partnering with Vulcan and Special Areas is going amazingly well. We'll have the recordings and we'll put them on our website at some point in time. Will's been crazy busy, well, doing everything else, but we're also getting all our contracts re-signed for our work. So that spring spraying is coming. We hear that there's weeds germinating south of us, not quite here yet, but it's only a matter of time. And the guys have been updating all our SOPs to make sure the seasonal crews know exactly what they're doing. So. And speaking of seasonals, our tree programming. I think we're going to have a relatively busy year. We got to meet with Dan here next week or the week after, but try to get a line on the 5 or 6 new projects that he's got, as well as the maintenance from the ones from last year and the year before. And then we're going to work with Brooks Fish and Game as well. We're going to be putting 1,800 more trees in, some replacement, some new, at the Aqueduct Trout Pond installation that they have there. And speaking of that installation, they won some big awards at the, it's not called Alberta Fish and Game anymore, but whatever their new association is called, the Brooks Fish and Game guys won a bunch of awards. So congratulations to them on some amazing projects. And that's kind of the fun stuff. There's the mundane stuff that nobody probably cares about. We fixed the furnace in Tilly. Nobody cares about that stuff.
Okay, thank you, Todd. Are there any questions for Todd? Go ahead, Kelly.
Quick question, Todd. Are we selling hawk nests? Are we getting into that business, or what's your plan?
It's kind of a great filler project. So Kim told me it takes about 2.5 hours of his time to do it. We get the poles for free from Fortis. In fact, when we wanted to start building a few, we were talking to Dan at the EID. He thought maybe they could find a place to put a few. So that's why we started building them. And so we figured it cost about $100 to build them. We did not sell them. We used it as a great PR mechanism, and that to us was worthwhile. Hearty handshakes. In fact, the one fella asked what he did owe us for it. And I told him next time somebody speaks poorly of the county, you remind them that we're all great people. So that's, I hope he follows through. He's from Lynette's division, so.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Lynette, please.
Seeing as we're talking about selling things, are we selling any gopher poison and the bait stations? Are we doing any of that or no?
No, well, we do sell phostoxin, which is the aluminum phosphide. That's what people have to do their farm pesticide certificate for. So we do sell that at cost. We've probably got, I'd say maybe 10 producers that are pretty regular coming in to get some. But the trick is most guys find out about it. They find out that it works. They want to come get it and use it right away. And it just takes a little bit of pre-planning because you got to read a few pages of material and write the exams in here with us. So if anybody out there wants to use phostoxin to kill gophers, it apparently works amazingly. We had one producer last year. I can't remember what meeting I was at. He was at it as well. We were talking about phostoxin. He came in. I sent him the information. He came in maybe a week later, wrote the exam, aced it. So he was able to leave with a temporary certificate and some phostoxin, went out that night, and the holes were never reopened. So it does work. Timing was probably on his side, but so anybody out there that wants to use phostoxin, it's a very effective control option.
Okay, thank you. Good information. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thanks for your report, Todd. Appreciate that. Okay, it being exactly or almost exactly 11:30, we will move to our the Newell Region Hydrogen Hub Initiative. Lane, you'll introduce this, and we welcome Brian Bietz and Greg Baden. We'll have introductions. I'm going to suggest we start with introductions, and then I'll invite Lane to kick this off for us. So, Lynette, please.
Hi, Lynette Kopp, Division 3, Patricia Millicent area.
Good morning and welcome. I'm Dan Short from Division 1, Rolling Hills.
Good morning, Adina Scandrip. I'm from Division 2, the area around the hamlet of Tilly.
Welcome, Holly Johnson, Scandia, Rainier, and Bow City.
Morning, Matt Fensky. Nice to see you guys again.
Good morning. I'm Arno Dirksen from the GEM area, Division 9. Welcome.
Good morning, I'm Kelly Chrisman. I'm from Division 6, which is the west side of the county around Bassano.
Hi, I'm Greg Screever, Division 5, Lake New Resort and Castles.
Morning, Ellen Unra, Division 7, around the village of Rosemary.
Good morning.
Oh, who was next? Amanda, I'm sorry, Amanda. Right.
Good morning, Amanda Philpott, Division 8, Duchess.
Neil Johnson, Division 10.
Welcome.
Kathleen Siakla, Communications Officer.
Susan Yokoyama, IT Administrative Assistant.
Ariana Nielsen, Executive Assistant.
Mitchell Iwasa, Economic Development Officer for the Brooks Newell region.
I think that's maybe not on, if you might.
Mark Harbick.
No? Mark Harbrink. Okay. And Lane?
Yes, we know them.
You do?
Spent a fair bit of time with them on
Right.
different meetings.
Go ahead, Brian.
Brian Bietz. I'm VP Corporate with a company called IEPS.
Okay. Thank you.
My name's Greg Baden. I am the president of IEPS Canada.
Okay. Welcome, gentlemen. Good to have you here today. And I'll turn the proceedings over at this point to Lane Johnson to give us the background.
Thank you, Reeve and Council. We're excited about the discussion we're approaching Council with about today. This initiative is really about continuing to build upon the reputation that the region has in the province as being an energy producer. When you consider the term Silicon Valley, it's synonymous with a high-tech cluster. And what we're hoping will eventually happen is that the Brooks Newell region will also be synonymous with energy production, or an energy production cluster throughout Alberta as well. We have, of course, a long history with gas and oil production. The SEWA initiative is being pursued. Opportunities are being explored right now for bioenergy. There is renewable projects that have already taken place, and additional ones are coming in the region. And hydrogen is just another form of energy that we're wanting to pursue and be an active participant in when it comes to the development of that energy in the region. So 2.5 years ago, Premier Kenney introduced the Alberta Hydrogen Roadmap. That document is still serving as the guide for the government of Alberta when it comes to trying to launch a hydrogen industry throughout Alberta. I'll just go through some of the priorities from that document when it comes to the efforts that are being undertaken by the Alberta government on generating interest in the industry. They're wanting to build new market demand, enable carbon capture, utilization, and storage. The initiative is supposed to help de-risk investment, activate technology and innovation when it comes to hydrogen production, also ensure that regulatory efficiency codes and standards help drive safety, lead the way and build alliances, and also pursue hydrogen exports. And of course, what we're wanting to propose aligns with those objectives that are outlined in the hydrogen strategy. The concept that we're wanting to discuss with Council today is a result of an initial conversation that took place with Council during Committee of the Whole in January. We have presented this information to Joint Services Committee earlier this week, and Joint Services has certainly strongly endorsed moving ahead with the concept. The information that is before Council outlines what we're proposing as far as a pilot project that could take place within the County of Newell and would be supported by most of the public sector organizations that are represented at Joint Services and others that we interact with in the community. The gentleman from IEPS would certainly be partners in that process. We're here to answer any questions that Council might have after you've had a chance to review the information that was included in your agenda package. We're excited about the potential for this and would like to see Council provide direction to move forward in pursuit of a funding application for this project.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, or is there any more presentation that you'd like to make to Council this morning? Or
well, the information that was presented during Joint Services, you've had a chance to review it. If there is some specific questions that you do have, we would certainly take those questions at this time. If it's anything technical, of course, that's where we're going to turn to our guests that are with us here today.
Thanks, Lane. And I'll invite, before we go to questions, Greg and Brian, if you have any comments or follow-up, we have time and welcome your comments at this point.
I think, first of all, let us tell you, it's been a real pleasure working with Lane and Mitch. They're just a real you guys are blessed by having a couple of guys like that. So we're just here, as Lane says, to support and answer your questions. Maybe I can emphasize, this is a process that is being led by the county. So we're here to help where we can, but we're in some ways in your hands as well. So
okay. Appreciate that. Thank you.
I don't have much to add to what Brian has said. We're looking forward to discussing the potential for this project, and if it moves ahead, working with the county to make it happen.
Great. Thank you. Any questions? Neil?
Yeah, this all sounds exciting. I think the county's wise to be behind anything new like this, but just can you give us a rundown? What is the hydrogen industry? What's the future of it? Where is it at?
Those are excellent questions. Hydrogen right now is a potential fuel, a new source of fuel that can be used from anywhere from transportation to heating, transportation from heavy-duty trucks. There is work going on to potentially develop aircraft that could use hydrogen. There are several advantages to hydrogen. One, it is not tied to a reservoir like oil and gas. It can be produced pretty well anywhere in the world that there is a demand, whether it's using LNG or natural gas, or in the case of green hydrogen, it's water and electricity. And it does not have the emissions footprint of a hydrocarbon. The emissions from the combustion of hydrogen, whether it is using what's called blue hydrogen, which comes from natural gas, or green hydrogen, is water. So it does not have that, the issues associated with the use of hydrocarbons directly.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have questions? Kelly, please, and then Greg.
What's the footprint of the project? What kind of space are we looking at? And are we at the point yet where we're considering our own land, or are we looking for partner landowner? Where are we at with that, Lane?
Initially, the pilot project itself would be limited in scope. What we're proposing is that units that are operating on diesel as the sole source of fuel right now. A select number of those units would be equipped with hydrogen fuel conversion kits. Those kits allow for hydrogen fuel to be injected into the fuel stream and burned through the combustion process and provide power for the unit. It's blended with diesel, and it essentially reduces the amount of diesel that is used to power the equipment. We're proposing that the pilot project would see the county commit some units to participate in that, and that we would be reaching out to other public sector organizations that also have units that they would be asked to commit, and also wanting to encourage some private sector partners to step up and participate in this as well. What we're proposing during the pilot period is that there would be a fueling station operating. Hydrogen would have to be brought in and offloaded and made available for fueling at that temporary fueling station. The pilot project will also allow us to generate data which would then help drive a decision for a permanent hydrogen production facility. That wouldn't be included in the initial scope of the pilot project, but the data that comes from the project would help drive the decision as to where a facility should be located, what type of facility is going to be required, what source the feedstock would be for that facility. All of that is information that would flow out of this pilot project.
And Greg, please, and then Dan.
A couple questions. One is the units. You had mentioned heavier trucks, those type of units. Is it possible that this can be expanded, or and how come it wouldn't be advantageous to you for equipment that uses diesel? And is it specifically diesel engines that this works better with, or works with at all? Is it something that a gasoline engine can be converted also? Or my second question, it might not be for you gentlemen, but it might be for our people. How does this affect warranty on these pieces of equipment, and how do we treat that?
Yep. We're not, just make it clear, we're not in the conversion business. In fact, the pilot is focused on and testing 3 different types of conversion technology. So our business is assuming that pilot is successful, and based on the data so far, it's likely to be successful. We're in the business of producing the hydrogen that will go for long-term supply and running the fueling station. Short answer, based on limited knowledge, though, is the focus has been on using hydrogen on these larger trucks. I do know companies like Toyota are looking at much smaller vehicles, but I think, without putting words in Lane's mouth, I think that the initial focus is going to be on those larger trucks. But I'm sure that when they talk to the conversion companies, they'll explore all those other opportunities.
Okay, thank you. Dan.
Yeah, my question was about the project. Is it the whole project we're going to generate, distribute, and utilize, or is the pilot just in the conversion and utilization of hydrogen?
Yes, initially the pilot is limited in scope to the conversion of some designated units. The end uses for hydrogen, of course, are significant. Lots of additional potential beyond just blending it with diesel fuel, but initially it's going to be limited in scope to installing those conversion kits on some designated units. Not at this point.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. Holly?
So in terms of just the financials, so you're going to pull 3 trucks. For how long are they going to be out of service? What's the cost of installing those kits on them? Are they able to take the kits off if the pilot doesn't work?
Right now, there's 3 different types of conversion kits that Alberta Innovates has already approved funding for in other locations. What we're proposing is that we want to test each brand and see how well they work, gather data that's specific to that brand. So yes, we would like to commit 3 units on behalf of the county. What was the other question?
The cost to install and the cost, how long they're out of service while they're being converted, and then if it doesn't work, can they be converted back at what cost?
Okay, this is all aftermarket equipment that is installed. It can be put on and it can be removed. I don't know how many people have ever had involvement with converting a gas-powered vehicle to propane. Very similar. Individuals a number of years ago converted vehicles to propane because propane was much cheaper. I've had a couple of them myself where I've installed propane conversion kits. They work well, and then if the vehicle gets sold, the kits can be removed and returned back to normal operation. And it would be the same thing with this. Cost, we haven't investigated that. What we're proposing is that the funding that we would be applying for would offset the costs that the county would incur, whatever those costs are. I don't know at this point.
Okay, thank you. In terms of the practical application, basically we're talking high pressure hydrogen tanks similar to the high pressure propane tanks that you referred to, right?
Correct. Yeah, the tanks are installed on the back of the cab of semi-trucks. There are some that are already operating, not in this area, but there are some that are, and that's what they do. They just install these tanks, fill the tanks. So that's one thing about this. A truck that is equipped with this would need to fill up with both diesel and with hydrogen. That's one thing that we would have to become accustomed to.
Right, thanks, Lane. Lynette, please, you've got a question.
How volatile is this fuel, and will our operators have to have special training to be able to fill the truck as well as to operate the trucks with this fuel on it?
Well, hydrogen is a fairly unique commodity. Hydrogen itself, it's the smallest known molecule. So it has some advantages and disadvantages. If it's a leak, hydrogen is simply going to move up in the atmosphere away from wherever the leak is. It'll float. It's like if you released a bubble of water, air in the bottom of a pool of water, it'll float straight up. So it's not going to float down or settle down and create a puddle that could be dangerous somebody walking in later. It's going to go straight up and out of the way and dissipate. It is flammable. There are safety precautions that have to be taken. And as far as a refueling station, it is different than a standard gasoline or diesel station that you'd be used to. You're operating, it's fueling at a fairly high pressure in order to get sufficient fuel on the vehicle. But it has been done. There is lots of experience with it. There are several manufacturers in the business of making this equipment. I mean, our intention our objective is to have a safe, reliable operation. I mean, that may sound like words, but it's a commitment from IEPS, and we're going to do everything we can. We would not stay in business very long if we were not reliable and safe.
Okay, thanks. Brian, and then a follow-up.
And I just might point out, I mean, everyone in the county has tons of experience working with other types of gases like this. Your farming community works with propane all the time. It works with anhydrous ammonia. There's a set of protocols for managing it, and it's exactly the same in that sense. It's nothing more or less dangerous than any of those other gases.
Okay, thanks.
So then my question was some special training to deal with it, and I guess the answer is yes.
Very definitely, yes.
Okay, thank you. Neil?
Just one more question about your company. Do you have a facility producing hydrogen right now, and what's your business? Where is it all going?
We don't have a facility operating right now. Our intention is to build. Right now in Canada, there are probably only 2 or 3 hydrogen filling stations operating. I think most of them are in the West Coast and the Vancouver area. There's very few anywhere in the world at this point. So there's not a lot of experience. There is a lot of technology in it and a lot of work that's gone into it, but as far as operating facilities, there's very few.
No, I mean, like producing the hydrogen. Does your company produce hydrogen and then sell it to?
Our intention is to produce.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Green or blue?
Well, we're focused on green, but we could provide blue. The difference would be similar to going into a gas station today, whether you're getting the standard grade or a premium grade.
Okay. Yeah.
It's not quite the same because the performance will be exactly the same whether it's green or blue.
Yeah, I think one of the concerns, and maybe you can help educate us a little bit, but one of the concerns around green hydrogen is water consumption, right? And high demand on water. Yeah. Is that correct?
It does use water, but when we tell your local irrigators how much water we're using, they usually laugh at us because it's a fraction of what would normally go into an irrigator's spring wheat crop. But that said, we also have our own water source, our own license. We will have our own license through Alberta Environment, so have no intention to make use of the county's existing water license.
Okay, and just to follow up, I mean, you're saying also that the volume of water that you would use is not significant relative to what happens in southern Alberta relative to irrigation or anything like that, and I think that's important to put on the record.
That's exactly right. I mean, I'm trying to put it into perspective. It would probably be about we would probably in our first years of operation use about an acre foot of water, maybe.
Okay. Yeah. And have quite a hydrogen production out of that, basically.
That's right. Yeah. It's a straight if you remember your grade 10 chemistry, it's just straight 9 liters of water turns in, or sorry, 9 kilos of water turns into 1 kilo of hydrogen.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Thanks. Lynette, follow-up question or another question? Yeah.
So do you foresee the blue hydrogen or the green hydrogen, which will be the more economical product?
Yeah, that's a good question. The advantages of green hydrogen is the ability to produce it virtually anywhere at any scale, from very small to quite large. It is more expensive right now because the equipment is relatively new. It's like what solar panels were 10 to 15 years ago compared to the price today. The expectation is that the price of green hydrogen will come down over time. Blue hydrogen has the advantage of a technology that's well proven. I mean, virtually the fertilizer plants in Medicine Hat, in the Joffrey area, use that technology, what's called steam methane reforming, which is breaking the methane molecule to release the hydrogen. It's used in refineries to upgrade heavy oil into lighter products. So there's a long track record. It's understood. The issue is you need a large facility to get scale and get price down to something competitive. And you have the issues with the emissions that go along with that, whereas green does not have that issue at all. So I hope that answers.
Okay, thanks. So what you're saying, blue hydrogen basically has some emissions, some net, a different net endpoint than green hydrogen is what you're saying.
Yeah, a simple rule of thumb would be about 10 tons of carbon dioxide per ton of hydrogen produced with an SMR with blue hydrogen. So you need carbon capture and storage, or carbon capture and utilization to deal with those 10 tons.
Or just be growing something, I guess. Yeah, go ahead. Brian, you had a follow-up? No? Okay. I saw, Mitch, you had your hand up where you wanted to talk. Have you got an active mic there? Go ahead if you
Yes,
do.
apparently they can hear it. So, and I don't know if I can add the sort of a economic development viewpoint on what we're looking at here. I've had the good fortune to work with Brian and Greg and Lane's on a few meetings already. The technical and the administrative side of the pilot project, I'd leave up to them, but I want to just sort of point out there's a couple things. Recently the Brooks Newell region has become the first municipal member of the Canadian Fuel Cell Association in Alberta. We know the province has their hydrogen roadmap that they're interested in moving forward, and Lane's discussion about bringing a focus on our area as a energy, evolution of new energy. I think it's another highlight or something that we could really bring a spotlight to our region if we were involved in a project like this that would bring attention to us. The details of how this would work out, I'm not the expert, but I think in terms of the attention that we're already getting in the alternative energy sector, emerging energies, this would be just another sort of feather in our cap that will hopefully attract more industry to the area.
Okay, thanks for that background and context. Appreciate that, Mitch. Any other questions? Holly, go ahead, please.
Just a curiosity, when I was reading up on hydrogen, using it with diesel engines, what I came up with kind of is it reduces carbon, but you can have nitrous oxide emissions and engine knocking and ignition issues. Is that prevalent, or are those things you've looked at for our trucks?
I don't know what the outcome is going to be. I just know that the technology is being used right now. Information is being gathered through those trials that are underway, and we would continue to be part of that information generation and evaluation process. We're not going to be the first ones going down this path, so I think that should provide some comfort and assurance that we're not going to be a train wreck going into this.
Thanks for that, Lane. Any other questions? I think the context that's been provided is useful to us in terms of what our overall goal has been in the context of being an energy hub and that sort of thing. So there is a recommended motion for approval to move forward with this. Is anyone prepared to move on that, or further discussion? Dan, please.
Yeah, I'd move that we move forward with this as recommended.
Okay, that council endorses the concept outlined in the report submitted to the March 12th, 2024 Joint Services Committee meeting, and authorizes administration to work together with Brooks Newell Region team members on the submission of a funding application in support of the proposed Newell Regional Hydrogen Hub Pilot Project Initiative. That's your motion?
You said it the way I was going to.
Everybody can be cued, right? So that's good. Appreciate that. All in favor of the motion as indicated? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you for coming in this morning, gentlemen. Thank you, Lane, for that and other contexts, and invite you to join us for lunch. And it being a few minutes to 12, I'm going to suggest that we break for lunch and reconvene sometime before 1 o'clock, I guess, eh? Okay, thank you. turn my mic on and reconvene the meeting at 10 to 1. We are down to item number 10.3, Electoral Vision Boundary Review, Phase 4. Matt, will you take us through that, please?
I will take you through this. So I think we had a pretty good response to our open house. I mean, you always like seeing more bodies than less, but we had 23 folks come to the open house. Interested to hear council's feedback from that session. We had about 50 folks fill out the survey between the paper and the online. Those results have been summarized for council. You'll see there is a diversity of views from respondents. I've heard people say, you're taking too long on this, get to it, get it done. And I've heard people say, you haven't done a roaming open house tour, you've had no public engagement. You can't please them all the time, but I think you've got some pretty constructive feedback in the survey results. How administration has interpreted that is the basis for our recommendation that we use concept map 2 as the base map, but we swap divisions 4, 7, and 8 out from concept map 1 and put those into map 2. So that's the way administration read the world, and we're happy to take feedback from council. We did receive a few questions that we're going to respond to in our social media and posting on our website. There were concerns. Will this have an impact on our fire division boundaries? No, that's a separate bylaw. I mean, that's within council's purview. If you wanted in the future to realign things, you could consider it, but that is not currently on the docket. And will this have any effect on recreation division boundaries? No again. A whole separate bylaw. We'd have to go through a whole separate process for updating those. So with that, I'll leave it to you. I imagine you've heard from your ratepayers who have opinions, and we're looking forward to having a final concept map to you next meeting with the bylaw for first reading. So we're hoping we can hammer it out today.
Okay, thank you. Adina, please.
So I know only 6 people responded from Division 2, but I've had several people contact me. And this, I'm just going to say this, and then this will be the last time you hear me speak about it. But a little frustrated over the fact that the discussion was about keeping communities together, and yet we're cutting right through Division 2, which is dividing a community. But going forward, we want to do what's best for the county and not what's best just for my division. And only 6 people felt the need to come in and say something about it. But I just would like to draw your attention that the ending Division 2 at the 535 is really cutting my community into, not like keeping a whole hamlet together or anything.
Okay, thank you. Holly?
I think we talked about this earlier. Can we not move that line a little bit south? I don't know how much that affects Division 1, but if there's a way to solve that problem, I think we should look at it.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Division, Highway 535 is where, right at the bottom of Division 2 on map number 2? Yes. Greg, please.
Yeah, that's the highway that the Lutheran Church is on. If you know that particular highway. And I have family on either side of that road, so no one has really come to me to ask me about that at all. I'm really surprised that more people didn't respond, and the ones from Division 2 didn't say anything about that. Seems like I was really, really surprised.
Okay, thank you. Adina?
So we do have a large Mennonite community, and they won't participate in political issues like this. So the only other thing, if I had realized that this is how Division 2 would get divided, I probably would have voted differently in the beginning. But anyway, as I said, whatever's best for the county, right?
Okay, thank you, Adina. Neil?
Do we have that same concern up in particularly your area in Rosemary, or because we kind of a little bit added on to communities up there and split? I haven't heard anything, but in my area it makes no difference whatsoever. But the people I talk to in here, we're not upset no matter what we did.
Okay, thanks. I've heard from one person, but I wasn't at the public, I was away at the time, but I have heard from one person that was concerned about the connection of the two communities in Division 9, which is Rosemary and Gem now. But I mean, it's not enough to, like, it's, I'm not suggesting anything different up there if we're where we are today, but. So how do we move forward? Kelly, go ahead.
And all I've heard is this is an organizational discussion, get it done. We've spent so much time and energy on this that they say they don't even know where the boundary was yesterday or today. So boundaries mean nothing within the County of Newell. To most people, I'm going to qualify it by saying that. To most people, boundaries mean nothing. Give you a case in point. We have Newell Adult Education with a home office in Bassano. Does anybody care? Like, we don't serve Bassano specifically. We serve all areas within the County of Newell. So I just think that if we can, let's work to get this done. Can we move that Division 2 a quarter section? What are you proposing, Adina? A quarter section, a section? What do you want moved south?
Well, in other maps, is it 1 and 4?
Oh.
Yeah, it kind of like where the boundary is right now, but yeah.
Greg, you've got a comment on that?
Yeah, I would say, and of course the roads aren't here, but it would be 3 miles south of that, of the 535 would be the cutoff between Tilly and Rolling Hills as far as community goes. 3 miles south.
Okay, thanks. Holly?
Is that like a well-known thought, like a range road, and everyone kind of accepts that is the line?
Yeah, that is the old school boundary. When the schools were, that's where that was. I'm not saying that's the way we should have, but that's where, growing up all through my life, that was the distinction between Rolling Hills and Tilly, was 3 miles further south. That's all. I mean, that's a community thing.
Okay, thanks. Lynette, please.
So how many people would that actually affect? And if it's negligible, I'd say move it. If that will make them happy, then go ahead.
What, I mean, do you have an estimate of the numbers, or what does that do to our?
Yeah, so the existing boundary for Div 1 basically cuts through the middle of the township. So you need to be north, and maybe can we pull up the current division map? And then just highlight, scroll into Division 1 and 2 boundary. So you can see where the current boundary is. The 590 within Division 1 is not sufficient to meet the plus minus 25%. We need to be at least 625 for Div 1 to accomplish that. There's about 136 people between the existing boundary and Highway 535. So we could monkey around with pulling down, and maybe it's a section at a time off of 535 if that's what council would like to do. There's some flexibility there. You know, you've heard a handful of folks who care about it, and I don't want to discount the handful of folks who actually showed up and expressed their opinion, but you've got a larger majority who have said nothing about it, and I'll leave it with council to wrestle with what weight do you put on the silent majority and what weight do you put on the vocal few.
And okay, I'll take Greg and then Neil.
I'm just wondering if also if we're looking at the numbers, Division 1, can we pull, I mean, just an option, pull Highway 535 all the way straight over to Highway 36, rather than it stopping at 575, what is it, 530, 873, that's the one. Pull it right over to Highway 36, and I don't know if anybody lives in there or not, but it looks like there's some roads in there. And that, it's just a natural line to me. Well, Holly's is Division 4, which can come down some numbers. There's 1,029 in that division. That's the largest one.
Greg, you were talking just the bottom half of that map over? Matt, please.
Yeah, there is nobody who lives in that segment of Township 1715. I would encourage council, there is an infinite number of edits that you could make to this. I think we've been through a pretty good process. You've got good information. Administration's bias at this point is to keep it as straightforward and simple as possible. Open to some amendments if we want to leave here, and what administration brings back for that first reading is a version that has a southern boundary for Div 2 that is below the 535, then we can work internally to see if we can accomplish that, and the larger objective of still being within plus minus 25%. I think it's doable on that 535 boundary.
Neil and then Holly.
Yeah, I don't know if the rest of you guys saw him, but there was a guy at our open house wandering around with a pencil, and I chatted with him, and he said, I'm a mathematician. All I care about is your proportional representation. And I think he was from Tilly. Yeah, originally. But I mean, I think we're, if that church wasn't there and you didn't have, it seems to be dividing along church lines. I think we're just as good to pick one of these and go with it, because we're never going to please. Somebody's got to be on the border, one way or another. And we can't take any more people away from Rolling Hills. Or that's the idea of why we did what we're doing, is to even up that representation.
Okay, thanks, Holly, and then Dan.
Well, I'm just looking at map 1, wondering, Kinbrook Island clearly goes with Div 5, that was we're talking about, but if we could play with Rolling Hills going further north like it was in this map, if that's a way of picking up some people.
Thanks, Holly. Dan?
Dead horse. There, I said it for you. We're beating a dead horse. It's honestly, we need to make a decision to move on. Rolling Hills, as it sits with its natural boundaries, is not going to increase in numbers unless people move in there. And we're talking about moving boundaries. We're either going to move into Tilly or we're going to move into Scandia. That boundary has to move in to take in community members from those communities. So what's it going to be, Tilly or Scandia? Right now it's Tilly. Want to change it, then make it Scandia. One way or another. Another option was to take in Kimbrook Island, and that was frowned upon. So 6 of one, half a dozen the other. Just make a decision and let's keep moving.
Okay, I would agree that we need to move on this. We've had quite a bit of process. I mean, there's comments about how much time we've spent on this. So this council hasn't really. I think this is something that the county in general has over a period of time, but here we are. And I think one of the things that was also fairly clear is that at the end of the day, it's up to us to make the decision. And I think as much as we can follow natural or defined boundaries, at the end of the day, we'll be more pleased with that because people can see by a paved road. I mean, there's going to be variations to that, but I think this has tried to follow identifiable boundaries where that was possible. So I think we need to move ahead. We can, like, there's an endless number of iterations to this, no question. Neil?
Yeah, I don't think mixing Kimbrook Island people with Rolling Hills people is very fair to the councillor that has to represent both of them. Greg's already got Lake No Resort. Why not keep them all together around the lake? Because it's all the same issues.
Okay, thanks. Dan?
Quick comment on that. So Division 1 has to represent the community members of Rolling Hills, and then it would, in that scenario, have to represent a different community of Kimbrook Island. Division 4 representative has to represent Scandia, Rolling Hill, Rainier, Bow City, and now Castles, 4 separate hamlets. So if that can be done in Division 4, I'm pretty sure it can be managed in Division 1. I don't see that as an issue. But again, I'm ready to just move on.
Somebody prepared to make one? Lynette, please.
I'll make the motion for option 1.
Which bases off of?
Accepts the survey responses as information and directs administration to present a final concept map based primarily on concept map 2, except for proposed divisions 4, 7, and 8, which should be replaced with the boundaries for divisions 4, 7, and 8 from concept map 1.
Thank you, Lynette. Any further discussion? Concept map 2.
The option 1 that's in our RFD. So it was what staff had recommended.
Yeah. Basically, the motion is to accept option 1, correct? Yeah. Ready for the question? All in favor, please indicate. Opposed? That's carried. Okay, thank you. Recreation agreement with Rolling Hills, item number 10.4. Matt, can you take us through that?
Yes, so similar to the agreement with Rosemary Ag Society, I mean, the difference here is we don't have a tri-party agreement, but this pretty much mirrors the content from what you saw in Rosemary Ag Society agreement here. For a refresher, Rolling Hills had come earlier asking for an increase to their annual funding amount, so that increased from $92,615 in 2023. It will be $120,000 for 2024. We've included the same inflation rate here, increasing 2% annually over the term of the agreement. That should hopefully provide a little bit of growth for the Ag Society. and prevent, the large 30% increases that we've seen in the past. Rolling Hills Ag Society does a ton of good work in that relatively far off place of our county, right? They have some driving to do, and I know they drive into the city if they need to swim or things like that, but we've got a pretty great portfolio of recreation assets down there between the community hall, the arena, the campground. I'm missing the golf course. What else did I miss? They do some pretty heavy lifting down there that I know we appreciate. So this agreement is in front of council. We would look to make the same amendment on this one that we did for Rosemary Ag Society, approving the agreement as amended to include the insurance indemnity clause. I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Matt. Are there questions? Kelly, please.
Will we require them? This is our opportunity to be a part of Rec Connect.
Okay, Holly, and that's a rhetorical, or that question will be addressed yet. So
I guess I would be, I think it depends very much on the facility and how it's used. I don't know if it's best we make a blanket statement like that. The exercise facility, the way it runs, if it's ran the way it used to run, things just aren't always that clear. I think I wouldn't be in favor of saying you have to do that to get money from the county. I just don't think it's fair to organizations that are run by the communities.
okay, thank you, Matt.
I can advise that Rolling Hills is actually on board for Rec Connect. So whether you put it into the agreement, and I would caution at this stage putting it into the agreement because Rec Connect is still being developed and finalized. Let's encourage them to get in it when we know exactly what it looks like. But right now they are supportive of the Rec Connect initiative.
Okay, that's, Lynette, please.
Same question I have for Rosemary. Are we looking at seeing 5 and 10-year plans being drawn up by these associations as well?
Matt?
Yes, looking at, and we do have a draft. It is not baked into the agreement with, so one approach we could have taken is added a 5 or 10-year capital plan and say, all right, those several projects are approved. You're good to go. We have not taken that approach. So they will need to, if there is a capital project, apply under the recreation facility improvement policy, and those will be dealt with on a case-by-case basis. I mean, I think council would be amenable to an amendment to the agreement if the Ag Society wanted to have their short list of here's the project's estimated budget over the next 5 years. That would be a great addition to the thing. Mind you, I'm not sure what the perfect scenario is or if it exists, because one of the challenges we face as a county and other organizations is our budget estimates are wrong. And they've been terribly wrong the last couple of years as we've faced just insane inflation. So what we tried to do, for example, with the City of Brooks rec agreement is we've got that actual schedule in, and we fund up to a maximum amount for whatever the project or capital item is. One of the challenges that may arise is it's not enough and it's nowhere close to enough, and we have to have side conversations anyway. So as this one stands, it's on a case-by-case basis as it comes in.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions, or someone ready to make, Dan, please?
Yeah, a few comments. As far as the capital plan goes, we do have a capital plan done that out to approximately 40 years. So you can imagine how inaccurate a 40-year capital plan is, but that is done. And it is in draft form, but that has been done. I ran this by the Ag Society and all of the different members that are drawing funding from the Ag Society about this agreement. They all like it. We did talk about maybe the 2%, the 30% increase that you referred to. That's 10 years in between. So we balance that out. I mean, the math isn't exactly right, but you're looking at it, what, close to 3% increase per year. We're kind of nervous that 2% is not going to be enough. So in 4 years, we're going to be looking very underfunded again. So we were kind of leery about a 4-year term on a new plan like this. There was talk maybe, what about if we do a 2-year term for the first, then we can find out a little bit more. And then maybe move into a 4-year term once we know it works. The other thing was what makes us nervous is at 120,000 was our newest request. But since then, with all of the costs that have come in, we're actually about $14,000 underfunded, which we've taken care of ourselves through different means. So we're going to keep going with the 120. We're just nervous that 2% is not going to cut it. And one other thing about the Rec Connect, it'd be nice if you ask first what we thought of it before you try to tell us that we need to be part of it. We are well aware of it, and they're actually really excited about it. So if you'd have just asked what we thought of it, we'd have told you, thrilled, can't wait for it to get started. And don't tell us we have to do it. That's not going to go well. And I think that's about all I've got to say about that for now.
Okay, thank you. Holly.
So if we, with the Rosemary and the Rolling Hills agreements, so that's an additional $41,000 is not going into our capital fund every year. So how much is going into the capital fund at this point?
Matt, have you got the...
I can pull that number up.
And do you foresee that we have to increase the rec amount that we budget to this fund?
Matt, please.
It depends. Give you a legal answer. So we've administratively and as council over the years put a lot of effort into trying to rationalize recreation funding programming in the county. We have yet to find the perfect formula that fits every group. Some groups approach council and say, we're just looking for you to cover utilities and insurance. And depending on the footprint of the facility, you know, for 40 some odd thousand, you fund 3 facilities in Rec Area 4, Bow Slope. That's Rainier, Bow City, Scandia Community Hall. For $120,000 in Rolling Hills, you fund several facilities, golf course, arena, community hall, senior center. They support the campground. Park and Scandia as well, which comes with liabilities you'll find in a couple of weeks here. What I've observed is, as a community, as a council has met organizations and communities where they're at. Would we love every community to have a Patricia Rodeo fundraiser that takes care of the entire division? Absolutely. That's great. Would we like to see users who are willing to pay what it costs to access the service? Absolutely. The reality is we live in rural Alberta where you do not benefit from economies of scale, but our people still matter. And funding quality of life is an important part of what the county does. Determining what kind of price tag you want to put on that is always a conversation. Right now, the price tag is half of a mil, and I'm talking tax rates, right? So that 0.5 raises about $2 million. And right now, whatever operating doesn't take goes into the kitty and is available for future capital replacement. Give me a moment here. I'm just going to try to call up my system for an answer to the question of how much is going in there. 2 million less the 1.5 for operating. You've been around $500,000 that has gone into that rec fund annually. And bear with me here. I can tell you what the next few years of the forecast look like. And I will say, based on the 2016 recreation review that looked at all of the facilities in the region, what organizations had saved to date for their replacement and maintenance, we were not prepared at all in the region to accommodate any replacement. So we've started on the road to being able to address some of these things. I think the price tag was, don't quote me, I want to say like 316 million replacement cost to maintain what we have. And we all know there's some building footprints that are likely going to need to go at the end of their life. Those will be hard conversations. And there will be new ones that come in to being. It all depends on how much the community values rec and what they're willing to pay for it, both through their tax bill, which they can't tell what they're paying for exactly, or through the user fee, which you can tell when you show up, whether it's the drop-in center, the campground, whatever. I'm a big proponent of prices and user fees when you can identify who benefits from the service. Price is a signal. If people aren't willing to pay $600 to rent a community hall for the weekend, you as an organization either need to change your business model or find a way to reduce that, fundraisers, whatever it is, or, and this isn't the palatable option, quit offering the service. If people don't value it to the extent that it costs, they're sending you a strong signal of what they value. So if you can't meet the price point, then move on. Give me a second here. So recreation fund for 2024, 498,274 is the estimate. 25, 450,000. 2026, 530. 2027, 624,000, going to build up the rec fund. But as operational costs increase and folks come back looking for more, the amount set aside for capital will be reduced.
Okay, thanks, Matt. That's context. I think it's a reality that we're dealing with. We don't have economies of scale, but we do have opportunities. And so, any further questions or comments, or is somebody ready to make a motion? Holly?
I'll go with option 1.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion to move ahead with option 1, please indicate. Opposed? Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Let's move on to item number 10.6, the Crop Diversification Center South Revitalization Committee Terms of Reference. Matt, please.
All right, I'll take this one away. Great news. We've received 2 of 3 draft lease agreements for the CDC South staff. We just got it hot off the press yesterday. Perfect timing with us going up to RMA. We'll have some of the initial comments back to infrastructure by the end of next week. I have Todd and Lane helping me in that effort. So there is going to be something for the CDC South Revitalization Committee to sink their teeth into pretty quick here out of the gate. But administratively, we thought it would provide some value if we actually provided this committee with terms of reference. Why do you exist? What are you trying to accomplish here? So we've taken a kick at that can. You've had a chance to review. Not saying they're perfect. This can be iterative. When the committee gets together, we will review these terms. And if there's any clarity or edits they suggest, it could come back to council for you to review and approve a second time. But really, this committee is looking at developing the strategic plan for the revitalization of the CDC South proper. They would be making recommendations to council about the parameters, mandate, and composition for ultimately where we would like to see a not-for-profit organization be incorporated, developed, that takes the CDC South on as its sole mandate. They'd oversee the establishment of that not-for-profit board and ease the transition, the transfer of responsibility. and then providing guidance for that board regarding implementation of the strategic plan. There is going to be a lot of work to do on this file. Hammering out the agreement with infrastructure is the first piece of the puzzle, that we can get to an agreement that doesn't put all the risk on county ratepayers, that the province recognizes the state of the facilities that they're currently in. But I'm optimistic that we can get there. Might take a few weeks to hammer out the lease agreements. But interested in your comments on these terms of reference. If there's edits that you would like to see made, we're happy to do that. We've included a really loose timeline of where we think the committee will be spending their effort and when we might be able to get a not-for-profit incorporated. What I've heard from our legal is it's about a 6-month turnaround to get a not-for-profit incorporated. So it'll take some time for the committee to figure out what corporate structure looks best. And then after that's figured out, we've got at least 6 months ahead of us before you have a legal entity that you can transfer things to. And there's all kinds of unknowns going into it, things we are going to learn along the way. We'll have a partnership with Alberta Ag, who maintains a footprint on the site, and infrastructure. And we're really motivated as we look at these draft lease agreements to make sure you can operate without having to ask Edmonton for permission to do a lot of things, because that's historically where things have gone sideways for the facility, is waiting for the provincial bureaucracy. So that's all I've got on that. Open for questions.
Okay, thanks, Matt. Are there questions? I do have one question. I noticed the quorum was set at minimum of 5 with only 6 people on the committee. Is that, what's the rationale or thinking there? As opposed to say 4, which would eventually, provide opportunity for a couple people to be missing to move forward on a decision.
Just an odd number.
Okay. Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, you could say 3. I don't think we're married to one way or the other. I think more of the committee present is better.
Yes.
Hopefully we can minimize any scheduling conflicts with folks. I know they always seem to come up, but the members at large who have put their names in, or candidates to be members at large who have put their names in, hopefully we can do some heavy lifting straight out of the gate and get it done.
Thank you. Neil, you had a question or a comment?
Yeah, I like the general terms of reference right now, and like Matt said, they're going to evolve a little bit after we get this thing going and see what actually we have to deal with. But I like them just the way they are.
Okay, thank you. Holly, please.
Just a question around the strategic plan. Did we have a timeline involved in terms of how far the strategic plan goes, or what's the vision for how many years we're looking at, I guess was my question.
It's a good question. Is it a 5-year agreement, lease agreement that we're being proposed with? Yeah. So again, even in terms of a strategic plan, I expect that the details of that will change potentially fairly rapidly as things move forward or don't, depending on the state of the facility and maintenance and that kind of thing too. Matt?
Yeah, I would suggest the committee needs to look at least 2 years. The first year for all the effort that needs to be put in place to get this thing on the rails for the 2025 growing season. So 2025, just you hit the ground. And then a year passed so that the not-for-profit board actually inherits some vision, and then they can take it from there. And I'm being really optimistic that we get this thing off our plate and onto a not-for-profit plate in a year. Like, I think that's really optimistic, but I want to maintain my optimism.
Okay, well, that's good. Neil?
I don't mind the year at all, because as councillors from the county's point of view, we have to be really careful walking into this thing, making our deal with the province, making sure we're not locked into something that's going to cost us a whole bunch of money. I don't care if it takes a year. I hope it does, because more information will keep coming. Our experience with the province, it's not going to happen tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. Are we ready to make a decision? Someone prepared to make a motion? With regard to the draft terms of reference. Adina, please.
Sorry, I'll just, so I move that we go with option 1, approve the CDC South Revitalization Committee terms of reference as presented.
Okay, thank you. All in favor of that motion, please indicate. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We will go to 10.8. 10.7 we'll deal with in camera. Resolution against the federal zero emission vehicle mandate. Matt, you've done some work on this.
Yeah, so I have prepared a draft resolution against the federal zero emission vehicle mandate. Council hopefully has had a chance to review that. I've provided some context around the emergent resolution process for RMA, as we did not meet the cutoff for getting this in under the district approved process. So, and I'll just remind you of timelines. You know, just before Christmas, our friend in Ottawa, Stephen Guilbeault, announced the mandates. I don't know if that was strategic timing going into the Christmas season or what, but for us to have identified this as an issue, done the research, drafted, presented to council for approval, it was highly unlikely, well, it was not likely to happen before that January 19th meeting for Foothills Littlebow. So 2 options for council to consider. If council approves the resolution, you could consider submitting this as an emergent resolution to RMA. If that's the course, I'll kick it off to our friend Wyatt Scovran, who's the Director of Advocacy and External Relations up there in Leduc. He would kick it to the resolution committee, and it would be up to the committee to decide whether this topic is in fact emergent. It technically does not meet the definition, but what Wyatt said to me is sometimes they let things squeak in. So we can take a kick at that can. If that doesn't work, then I think the way I've got the motion worded is that we just put it on for Foothills Littlebow in the fall, if it is successful being supported.
Okay, thank you. Lynette?
Can you explain to me how the timeline works on this mandate? What were the dates that all of this was supposed to happen?
Yes, so I did include a chart that you can find at the very bottom, the last page, page 3 of the draft resolution. 2026, the federal mandate starts at a minimum 20% of zero emission vehicle sales and progressively increases until 2035. You will no longer have a choice of purchasing an internal combustion engine. You're going electric. I will share with council, Fraser Institute, I saw today, just kicked out a article about this. What would be needed to meet the increased electrical demand? In no world are you going to build the electric supply capacity needed to charge all these cars. From 20% in 2026, 2035, 100% all electric.
Okay, thank you. I think just some additional information in discussing other things with Dan Hamilton from the County of Cypress. I indicated to him that we might be bringing this forward, and so he asked for a copy of it because they were meeting the next day. That was a week or 2 ago, and he, in talking to him again, he said we're all in favor of this if you go forward with it as an emergent resolution. They're willing to second it if we want to go ahead with it, but we haven't committed to that, obviously. But I think it's current now. I think the reality, and as a person in agriculture, or even involved in the community. I mean, we're not a big market in Canada in terms of almost any, like vehicles and that kind of thing. And I think we're already reading about uncertainties in the market, and it's the market that we want to function. And the market doesn't function with a mandate like this. There's no problem with any of this playing out to its full extent if it's the market driving it. But I think there's some concern practically, and is it our responsibility, not first, but in terms of all of our residents and by extension, all Albertans and Canadians, if a car manufacturer or two decides to look at this market and say, it's not a very big market, there's other markets where we know what we can produce and what, that the market is the market, they're going to go there. And I don't think as a producer of products that are exported, we need to be careful about that. And I think the reality is the reality of meeting this mandate is limited, and I think it's a reasonable thing to say, let's push back on this, because and through RMA, it doesn't do much good for us to do it by ourselves. And I think we're quite prepared to, or we can certainly put it forward as an emergent resolution. If it's not accepted, that's our answer. But and I think Matt's done some good work to get this ready. So from my perspective, I'd like to see it go forward. And if it's not accepted, then so be it. But we put our best effort in and then reorganize for next fall if we need to do that. But someone needs to make a motion about that, or either for or against. Dan.
Couple things in the whereas and therefores. Talks about first of all, the zero emission mandate is for light duty vehicles, and then one of the whereas maintaining cost of competitiveness in Alberta's exports to remain successful in international markets where price sensitivity often determines purchasing decisions. What does a light vehicle have to do with that? And the other one about getting exporting value-added agricultural commodities, light-duty vehicles. What is the significance of a light-duty vehicle in that? That seems like those two shouldn't belong in there. And it's zero-emission vehicles, not electric vehicles. Although right now, for sure, an electric vehicle is the most viable option for a zero-emission vehicle. And the other one I wanted to say is that it seems a little contradictory to have us piloting a hydrogen project and going against zero-emission vehicles at the same time. So I see that as a little bit contradictory.
Okay, I think the part that isolates this is that it's a mandate. It's not market-driven, and the pilot is a pilot. We're trying to learn something in the process of that. But go ahead, Lynette.
Yeah, all I was going to say is we're not against the electrical vehicles. We're against the fact that they're mandating it. That was the point of the whole thing. It's just against the mandate. And as far as you talking about light-duty vehicles, every business owns a light-duty vehicle or 5 or 6. So that all has to do with our businesses, and that's not what we export them in. It's just that's part of the business.
And every export, the other thing I'd add to that is every export business employs Albertans, Canadians, and they all get around typically in light vehicles, and if the market will drive people's preferred choice of transportation very effectively. If it's mandated, you're adding costs of production that somebody's going to have to pay for. Then we're going to be, I mean, that ball rolls down the road pretty quickly because it all affects competitiveness. Neil?
Why not just have a resolution dealing with the mandate then? Like, I'm totally okay with green vehicles, electric vehicles. I could care less. I don't want to be forced to buy one, but that's the only part of this. And then we could still stay green. We could still look like we give a shit about solar.
That's exactly what we're doing here. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I'll just read the operative clause here. which is the resolution. Therefore, be it resolved that the RMA register its opposition to the federal zero-emission vehicle mandate in its current form. Be it further resolved that the RMA call upon the federal government to reconsider and revise the zero-emission vehicle mandate to address the unique challenges faced by rural communities and consider a more flexible, market-based approach that removes the 100% zero-emission vehicle requirement. So the resolution passes no judgment on electric, hydrogen, internal combustion. It just says, federal government, would you please step back and reconsider the 100% zero-emission vehicle mandate? It is not tenable in its current form.
Well, I'd like it better if you started with something along the lines of, we totally support the electrical vehicles and the conversion, and then go on to your other meander there. Because I think we should, particularly with this solar in our backyard. We got to come out as green as can be. I don't like the mandate part of it, but it could be worded a little bit gentler than that.
Well, I think this speaks specifically to the mandate as we could probably make it. Kelly?
Yeah, I have to agree that we were sending a message to the mandate to the federal government. And so I'm prepared to make a motion for option 1 and see how it happens at RMA. If we can get it in there. If not, it'll come out in the fall. Or maybe it'll come out again in the fall.
Sure,
Yeah.
we'll have some time to reconsider if we want to add whatever. Yeah. Okay. No, accept that motion. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, please indicate. Opposed? That's carried with opposition. Thank you. Okay, let's move on. Where are we? 10.9, request for proclamation of Resiliency Week, and there is a request for the proclamation and then also representation at an event, I believe, right? Someone who wants to speak to that? .9. Pardon me? Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, so what they're looking for here is support in declaring April 14th through 20th, 2024 as Brooks Resiliency Week. They're looking for attendance, or even counselors from the County of Newell to join at their in-person resiliency campaign. Looking for a date, April 16th.
April 16th, which the highlight of that, the theme of the event basically is highlighting the importance of mentors in the lives of young people, correct? I think it sounds like a good initiative. First of all, we need a motion to declare that week Resiliency Week. Holly, please.
Well, I'd make a motion to call it Brooks and District Resiliency Week, not the other way they put it in the letter. I would make a motion for that.
Okay, thank you. I think we can do that, or we can consider that. Further discussion? All in favor, please indicate. Okay, that's carried. And now we need, or they're asking for one or more attendees, correct? Do we have volunteers or people who, Amanda, please.
I will be going through FCSS already.
Okay. Who else would be interested in going? Lynette?
I would just make the motion that Amanda would be our representative to attend.
Okay. And if in further consideration someone else is able to go, then we could have 2 people there. So that you're okay with that? That in the absence of an additional person or someone, another volunteer, that Amanda would also be our representative. Is that what you're saying? Adina?
I'd like to volunteer to go so that because she's there for FCSS, so I would like to go with representing the County of Newell.
Okay, I think we can accept that.
I'll amend my motion to be Adina and Amanda go.
Okay, great, thank you. All in favor, please indicate. That's carried, thank you. Holly?
In the past, it's been done at the Catholic High School. So this year they're moving it to the Heritage. FCSS gave them some additional funding to move it to a different location. So make it a nice event. Should be a really good event to attend.
Okay, thank you for that information. Moving on to item number 10.10, Rural Municipalities of Alberta Spring Convention Resolutions. What do we need to do there? Do we need to review those, or they're there for information? Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. We include these on the agenda for council's information, so you have a head start. If there's any that seem problematic or like really great resolutions that anybody would like to go through, we can do that. Otherwise, you can review at your leisure and commiserate around the round tables at RMA before you log your vote.
Sorry? We could. Just a second. I'll open the right file here. Okay, how do you want to do this? Just review them in terms of the heading, or do you want to go through the details of them individually? Yeah, okay. I opened the wrong. Okay, the first one, be it resolved that the rural municipalities advocate to the Government of Alberta to collaborate with the Government of Canada and Fire Underwriters Survey to assist municipalities to retain fire services by recruiting firefighters and addressing the declining fire department services across rural Alberta. Anyone have some comments on that, or? Holly or Kelly?
Other than, this reminds me of our conversation about advocating to, is it the fire underwriters, or who is it, to extend the life of our equipment. So this might be an opportunity or a time to put it on our list for next fall's convention to take a resolution in asking for that.
So,
what do you think about that? I'm just throwing it out there. It has nothing to do with this resolution. It just reminded me of our conversation.
Okay, no, that's good. And we can certainly do that, revisit it after the convention. Go ahead, Lynette.
Part of what they do have written here is whereas the Fire Underwriter Survey blah, 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 says for communities for 15 years. It's apparatus and equipment. They're saying 15 years. I thought ours were 25, and we were thinking they needed to, or 20. Right? So is there some discrepancy throughout the province as to how long people keep their apparatuses? Because that could also be an issue that needs to be brought up if that's the case.
Thank you. Holly?
If I understand correctly, it depends what piece of apparatus you're talking about, because we were talking about someone's equipment expiring and scanning. It wasn't 20 years, it was 10 or 15, so it must depend on what it is, but I don't know. But yeah, I don't think I know a lot about this. It's hard sometimes you read it and go, well, everything always sounds good until someone says, but.
Okay, can we move forward, and then we'll have an opportunity to respond after the proceedings that happen there. The second one is be it resolved, and this one we have considered at Foothills Little Bowl. We've already approved this there. Be it that rural municipalities of Alberta advocate that the Alberta government continue to collaborate with stakeholders to ensure that, to the extent physically practical, Alberta retain its share of the natural flow of the South Saskatchewan River in 2024 and in future years when Alberta is able to divert, store, and consume its full share of the natural flow, which is, I think, hosted or brought forward by the RM or the Tabor municipality or Tabor County, and relates to the potential for water storage as well. I think, Neil?
Yeah, I think it's a really good resolution. The only thing is the old man and the bull make the Saskatchewan River. So they're protecting the Saskatchewan River from Medicine down, but our Bow River isn't specified. They could technically take our water from the Bow, throw it to Saskatchewan, and take everything out of the old man river. But I mean, it's a good resolution. It's just the Saskatchewan River has two partners to it, not just, and most of them are down south by Tabor.
Right, which is probably where the most extreme concerns are for this year.
They are, and we're the ones with the water.
Yeah.
But I like the resolution. It's all good. Just be aware that it's not, doesn't really, we could protect our county more, but I don't think the resolution would pass anyway. This is good.
Okay. The next one is by the County of Paint Earth, therefore be it resolved that rural municipalities of Alberta request that a memorandum of understanding be held in committee between the Government of Alberta, Alberta Municipalities, RMA, Alberta Munis, and existing regional economic development alliances to redevelop a clear purpose and program structure for the REDAs, inclusive of a stable long-term collective approach to funding the same. And further be it resolved that the Government of Alberta provide continuous stable funding to existing REDAs to continue a combined budget of $125,000 per year in operational funding and $100,000 per year in project funding until a memorandum of reorganization is complete and enacted. Any comments or questions on that?
What's a REDA?
Rural Economic Development Association, as is indicated there.
PEP is one of them.
Perfect.
Next one, 4.24S, maintaining nonpartisan municipal elections. Northern Sunrise County, therefore be it resolved that the rural municipalities of Alberta advocate to the Alberta government to refrain from formalizing partisan politics in local government elections. And further, that the RMA advocate for the Government of Alberta to amend the Local Authorities Elections Act to prohibit partisanship from infiltrating local elections or politics in any way, including political party endorsements of local candidates, donations directly or indirectly from political parties to local candidates, or by way of any other influence. Okay, we're going to have an opportunity to speak to that and move on that. Number 5, sponsored by Big Lakes, legislation consultation with municipalities. Be it resolved that the rural municipalities of Alberta advocate to the Government of Alberta to amend the Municipal Government Act to include the following statement. Requirement to notify the minister shall notify the rural municipalities of Alberta and Alberta municipalities at least 1 year prior to the effective date of any legislation, regulation, or administrative action undertaken by or on behalf of the Government of Alberta that would have the effect of decreasing the revenue received by the membership of RMA and Alberta Munis, or increasing the required expenditures of membership of RMA and Alberta Munis. Subsection 1 does not apply with respect to any legislation, regulation, or administrative action applying to the government generally, or to the province generally, and not specifically to municipalities. Sorry?
I was asking Matt what his opinion is of this. It's, again, it sounds good, but.
You know, I'm a real big fan of less is more. You know, we talk about red tape reduction at the provincial level, we talk about it locally, and then we come with a resolution looking for some red tape. I don't really have an opinion one way or another on this, but I am a big fan of less is more. I think provincially, locally, federally, there should just be a really concerted effort to try to get out of individuals' lives as much as you possibly can. The level of bureaucracy that you're met with, the red tape you're met with, you can't, I mean, I'll take CDC South as our example. We kicked this off a year ago, and a year later, you have a draft agreement that's still going to take us weeks to get through. And it just speaks to the level of, you know, every bureaucracy has capacity limits, and the more you lay on them, it's one more thing they have to make a note and do. So I'm a less is more kind of a guy here.
Okay, let's carry on. We'll have more opportunity to discuss this next week. Number 6, hosted or sponsored by Clearwater County. Therefore, be it resolved that the rural municipalities of Alberta advocate for the government of Alberta to reinstate the well drilling equipment tax and eliminate the 35% assessment reduction and additional depreciation adjustments for lower producing wells. I think that's probably a good one. I mean, sorry?
Well, Rick had said that assessment they're doing, they're waiting until that gets determined before they deal with this. So I think it's, and they don't want to wait, they want it done first.
Okay, the next one. Oh, go
Just
ahead.
for clarity, so what I heard you say is the drilling tax is a done deal, but not the assessment, the 35% assessment. We're not sure, okay.
Okay, we'll have opportunity to get clarity on this next or prior to next week. Number 7 is establishing a provincial level of service for emergency social services. Be it resolved that the rural municipalities of Alberta advocate that the government of Alberta create a provincial level of service for emergency social services as a framework for municipalities to use when providing support to individuals from outside of their jurisdiction during emergencies or disasters, and further that the proposed provincial level of service for emergency social services include schedules that indicate services that are considered basic survival needs and which services are discretionary, with identification of what costs are eligible for cost recovery, and further that the proposed provincial level of service for emergency social services acknowledge that the host municipality is providing a fee for service and that they will directly invoice the home jurisdiction or the government of Alberta and will not be required to apply for disaster recovery program funding to recover their costs. Okay, that's right. We'll have further opportunity to discuss that. Okay, the next one has to do with the export of live horses for slaughter. I'm not going to read it. I think we need to move on here so we can read that and discuss that as we get ready for next week. And the last one, funding for FCM committee members, which encourages RMA to fund elected officials from Alberta who are serving on the federal municipality or Federation of Community of Canadian Municipalities. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Can we move on? Oh, go ahead.
Question.
Kelly?
So do you know, does the host municipality pay them now, or what?
Yes.
What do we know about this? Yes. Okay. So now we're asking RMA to pay the expense in this resolution. Wow.
Okay, Holly?
I believe that was an issue with our previous, in Cyprus. That was an issue with Cyprus. So that, I didn't come from that one, but I know it's been brought up.
We'll have an opportunity to discuss that, and I think there's some pros and cons to that in terms of grassroots support for whoever, like, moving up there. I think that support should really start locally. So let's discuss that around the round table. Neil?
Yeah, FCM has nominations coming up in June too, and I think it'd be great if we could pop somebody into any one of those positions, if we got at it. No, I'm not going to be around in 2 years. Not that I'm going to die, but I'm not going to be here. We got lots of talent around here, and it'd be great to get one of you guys on there.
Well, I think in that case, then let's get our heads together at some point, not right now, but to nominate someone. I mean, yeah. No, I think it makes sense to. I'm in favor of that, but that should be I mean, we should put someone forward for that kind of thing. It's not just. I mean, you have to want to do it, but you also have. I think it's pretty important that you have support from the people you're closest with, and for us, that's this group. So I think if we see somebody, if we want to put someone forward for that, I'm certainly willing to consider it.
Well, there's some legwork to do on it, but even Dutchess got that federal $500,000, partly from FCM contacts, and everybody that's been to the conference has come back with a pretty good experience. So if we could move up one more ladder, I think it'd be great.
I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you. Okay, where are we at here? I'm scrolling through. We're on item number 10.11. Ariana, meetings with ministers. Took us a while to get here.
Thank you. All right, so it's just an update mostly. We've got meetings confirmed with agriculture and irrigation, environment and protected areas, and municipal affairs. I think the only one that we haven't got attendees for was agriculture and irrigation, because I just got that one yesterday, and I didn't get a chance to send the email out. If you would like to attend that meeting, let me know and I'll get you on the list. 3 to 4 attendees is what they like.
I will definitely go. Who else would attend? Holly?
I said I would go to the one that no one else was going to with Rick, but I prefer to go to this one than the one with Rick, if that's possible.
When is the one with municipal affairs?
That
March
one?
19th? Well, I'll go to that, unless it conflicts with something else. Oh, it might conflict with the Mayors and Reeves meeting. Is that the problem?
It shifted. We got it shifted.
Okay, right. That's right. Yes. Yeah, I'll be attending. So, with environment. Transportation we don't have, so yeah. So we have 3 meetings. Lynette, go.
What was the topic of conversation for the agriculture and irrigation?
Go ahead, Ariana.
That was potential reopening of the Water Act, water licenses, and what can be done locally about federal initiatives threatening rural communities, which was methane tax on the beef industry, rural transportation issues associated with electric vehicles, and nitrogen fertilizer. I think they wanted, they said that the rural transportation issues might be better suited to transportation. So I don't think they were going to discuss that, but.
We should also have CDC on that list, because we now have some proposed leases that will need to be discussed. Kelly?
If there's room, I'd like to go along on that trip.
Yes.
Can you put your mic on, Neil?
I said that opening up that Water Act is a really big deal. So if we pay special attention to those 2 ministers, I think that'd be time well spent.
Yeah, I'd agree. Okay, is that covered okay? Okay, thanks, Ariana. Councillor payment sheets, number 10.12. Compensation review. What do we need there? Just a motion of acceptance? Holly, please.
I motion acceptance of the councillor payment sheets.
Okay, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Requests for functions of council.
I motion that we allow Greg to go to the CPA conference.
That one's good. That's covered under.
Oh, was it covered? Oh.
Safe Communities Conference.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, there's a Safe Communities Conference I should look at my email, that's where I had to find it. Safe Communities Conference in Calgary. Still needing to hear back to see if, usually the committee sends one delegate at large, and then whatever councillors want to go but the councillors would need to pay through their own municipality unless no one's going at large. So, it may be paid for by the registration would be paid for by the committee, but I don't know that yet. I was the only one that volunteered or thought put my name in as interested in going. So I think it's a good one. I don't know if any of the other. Did you ever go on that one, Amanda? Okay, it's in Calgary, so it's not that far away.
Kelly, please.
I'll support that endeavor and make a motion to approve that as a function of council.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. All in favor, please indicate. That's carried. Go ahead, Kelly.
I further have a question of council. On March the 5th, I attended the federal and provincial announcement at Blackfoot Crossing, and it came up fairly quickly. Well, mind you, we haven't met for a month, so this is after the fact. And it was just a 1-hour event at Siksika, so I was the closest. It made sense that I go that direction. I did make some good contacts, and if you're interested, they are interested. So moving that needle on the relationship is open. I extended that, they extended it back. So I asked council if you would consider that as a function of council.
Go ahead, Ellen.
Yes, I'll make a motion to make that a function of council. I think it's really exciting. We've tried so many years trying to get together, so I think it's really important.
Okay, all in favor of that motion, please indicate. That's carried. And I think that if there are follow-ups that we need to do as a result of that, let's put those on the table, and we can do that, because that's an important relationship, no doubt. Okay, that's good. Go ahead, Holly.
There's Craig Lester's event at Medicine College on the 25th. And I know he invited me to come. I don't know if it's like as many as they can take or what he's really looking for. Do you have any more details? I don't.
I've gotten the invitation, but I haven't had a chance to follow up on the detail, or I couldn't reiterate the details.
It is by invitation only, so not everybody is being invited to it.
What is it?
Well, I put it in my report for tourism. He's putting on a workshop for people in agribusiness, and let me see if I can find it here.
Rural Roots Canada, is that
Rural Roots Canada, yes.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, so he's hosting an agritourism event called Rural Roots Canada Agritourism Ecosystem Workshop. It's March 25th to the 27th, and it's by invitation only, he said. So.
Okay, I did also get an invitation. I haven't responded yet, but I would suggest that if you, that certainly could be a function of council. And And also, I think it's encouraging to see the work that Craig is wanting to do back in our area, because he's got a lot of roots here, and good to see him getting involved here. So someone prepared to make that a motion that, Amanda, please?
I'll make that a function of council.
Okay. All in favor, please indicate. That's carried. Thank you.
You get tickets on Eventbrite. I had actually already signed up for it, whether it was a function or not.
Okay, yeah. Okay, Greg.
Lots going on. There's an I-Cubed conference. It's economic development conference here in Brooks. And it's been indicated by the joint services. That is on the 18th and 19th of April. And I was wondering if we can make that a function of council also.
I would agree. We should support that. That's a local initiative, and I think it may be. Neil?
It kind of is up on the burner already because it's our economic development. Like Lane's working on it. It's a county Brooks thing, and they're looking for all of us to participate in it.
Okay.
So if you need a function of council for that, yeah, but I don't think I think it's already there.
Okay, you'll make a motion to include it as a function of council? Yeah, okay, all in favor, please indicate. That's carried. Thank you. Anything else? Seeing none. Services. Kelly, please.
I know that Jeff sent out an email or two maybe, looking for somebody to go to the conference, the planning conference, and a couple of us have gone over the years. So I explained to him that I'm already in Edmonton for a volunteer conference that I'm attending, but maybe somebody else would consider it. It's at the end of April. You did? Good. Oh, I didn't. So we do have some going. Good. Perfect. Okay, thanks.
Okay. Good. Postage,
Sorry, what was that conference called?
CPAA, I believe. Does that sound?
Yeah, of Alberta. Yeah. Okay, are we down to post-agenda items, which I don't think we have any? Is that correct? There's information items, which are there for our information. So I'm going to suggest that we move in camera if someone is prepared to make a motion to that effect. Lynette, all in favor that we move in camera, please indicate. Question, Amanda, or is there? No, good, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, what do we,
Back to 10.7.
yeah, let's, 10.7 is CDC. Okay, we're about to appoint members at large to the CDC. I first want to just give a little bit of background with regard to about almost 2 years ago, we started discussions around concerns around seeing more happen at CDC South and realizing that it was no longer having the impact on our community positively as it had in the past. So over the course of the last 2 years, we have discussed with the government of Alberta getting that going again through a local initiative that and they have endorsed and asked the county to provide a lead on that. In the context of that, you'll recall from previous meetings that we appointed 4 councillors to be a part of a revitalization committee, and that we would appoint 2 members at large. I want to first of all express appreciation to the community for support around this initiative, recognizing the historical importance of CD South and confident in the potential for future contributions to our community. So I think it's important that we recognize and appreciate the support from the community with regard to that, and certainly the interest by 8 members of the public to be part of the members at large to help us with that. And over the course of the next months and years, we will need help on a variety of areas. That's a big undertaking, but we're optimistic about it. And we will be appointing 2 members at large from that group. Kelly, do you have a recommendation for us or a motion?
I do. I would like to make a motion that we appoint David Andrews and Bruce BYLAWS to the newly formed CDC South Revitalization Committee.
Okay. Thank you. Neil?
If one of them declines, can we put a third name on there?
Yeah, we could, but I think that's hypothetical at this point. These are all nominees, so we'll decide that, I think, at the time, but I think that's a good consideration. But yeah, we have a motion on the floor. All in favor of that, please indicate that Bruce BYLAWS and Dave Andrews be appointed. That's carried. And with that, I do want to thank all of the people who stepped forward to say they'd help us with that, and look forward to progress on that file in the future. And with that, let's move on our agenda to, there's one other item coming out of camera that wasn't on the agenda, and we have a motion. Lynette, would you share the motion with us, please?
I would like to move that council approve the sale of 1.57 acre parcel referenced as roll number 294901, located in the south half of section 241713 west of the 4th for $15,000.
Okay, any further discussion on that? Ready for the question? All in favor, please indicate. That's carried. Thank you. And with that, I will adjourn the meeting at about 7 minutes after 3. Thank you for your participation today.